Chapter 2599. Even if the two demon emperors attacked together, they could not withstand a single blow from Du Xiaofu and were injured by him. It should be known that the second demon emperor and the third demon emperor were second only to the great demon emperor among the 9 great demon emperors. This boy has become so powerful. On the opposite side, the second demon emperor and the third demon emperor, who were supported by the 5 demon emperors and the 6 demon emperors, said in a trembling voice after they spat out another mouthful of blood. Not only them, but the thousands of experts from the devil religion also felt the terror of Du Xiaofu. Except for the 9 great demon emperors, the rest of the people looked at the purple-robed young man and took half a step back in unison. They seemed to be afraid. I didn't expect that your strength has reached the level of a half-step heavenly saint. However, you are still a half-step heavenly saint after all. The great demon emperor said in a gloomy and hoarse voice, which concealed the shock in his tone. His expression was obscured by the dense devil chi, so no one could tell what he was thinking at the moment. Perhaps when you 9 great demon emperors were at your peak, you did look down on the strength of a half-step heavenly saint. But now I am still 1 step ahead of you. What right do you have to be so arrogant in front of me? Du Xiaofu said domineeringly. He did not want to waste too much time here. He just wanted to enter the void corridor as soon as possible and give the demon god some trouble. As he spoke, his robes suddenly fluttered. His body, which originally did not have any aura fluctuation, suddenly erupted with a strange and indescribable aura. This strange aura exuded an obscure fluctuation. As soon as it appeared, it instantly attracted the mighty force between heaven and earth. Then, the sea of clouds under everyone's feet in the distance began to roll violently. The clouds gushed out like a big spring and gathered under Du Xiaofu's feet quickly. The pure white clouds that filled the sky instantly turned jet black. As they surged, rumbling sounds could be heard. In the blink of an eye, it was possible to see many thick dragon-like lightning glows flashing. They twisted and weaved between the dark clouds, twisting their enormous lightning dragon bodies as they shuttled back and forth endlessly. Every single lightning dragon had a ferocious appearance. Their hair and beards were long and their scales were dense. The muscles on their bodies were intertwined with each other, and they carried with them an explosive force that caused terrifying cracks to appear in the void. This scene caused the devil religion members to feel a chill run down their spines, and a deep sense of fear grew in their hearts. Is this the power of a half-step heavenly saint to be able to manipulate the forces of heaven and earth with a flip of his hand? Half-step heavenly saint is already so terrifying. How strong would the real heavenly saint be? This human brat has actually grown to such an extent. Some people discussed while trembling with fear. Even the 9 great demon emperors had the same feeling. They were all aware of Du Xiaofu's past. Only a few years had passed, and the guy who they could have killed with a single finger had now surpassed them in strength. The person who was like an ant in the eyes of the 9 great demon emperors had become the devil religion's greatest enemy. Let's attack together. I don't believe that this brat can fight against the 9 of us alone. The 4th demon emperor let out such a loud shout. After that, his demonic body suddenly emitted a scarlet demonic aura that was as red as blood, filling the space in front of him. As the endless demon chi surged out, it condensed into a sickle-shaped weapon. It was suffused with a murderous aura, and it slashed directly at Du Xiaofu. In the boiling demon chi, a mountain of corpses appeared, and a sea of blood rolled. Countless creatures were struggling and howling, and their miserable cries made one's scalp tingle. When such an attack fell, the demon chi surged, and the entire space seemed to have frozen. The 4th demon emperor held the blood-red sickle in his hand, and he was like the god of death descending to the world. Accompanying him was an eerie aura that made people tremble. He's just a human brat, he can't do much. Demon cloud swallows the sky. Kill. The 5th demon emperor snorted coldly. As his robes fluttered, the demon chi around his body transformed into the shape of a giant demon beast, and it rose into the sky. Sharp teeth protruded from its gaping mouth, looking hideous and terrifying. Roar! The giant beast roared fiercely, and a fishy smell came out of its mouth, which made people feel suffocated. As it inhaled and exhaled, the space shattered into pieces and was sucked into its stomach. It had the power to swallow the clouds and kill the moon, and it was extremely terrifying. A giant beast paw covered the sky, and it caused the dark clouds gathered under Du Xiaofu's feet to fluctuate. Kill. The sixth demon emperor, the seventh demon emperor, the eighth demon emperor, and the ninth demon emperor attacked at the same time. Everyone's aura was powerful, and the demon chi intertwined with each other, causing the space to tremble. Kill them! Don't let them step into the void corridor, the great demon emperor said in a gloomy and hoarse voice. He raised a small, skinny palm, which was covered with scales and glowing with dark light, and stretched out from the demon chi around him. When the other 8 demon emperors attacked, he attacked at the same time. A sharp claw tore the space apart, and he pounced toward Du Xiaofu. At the same time, the second demon emperor and the third demon emperor, who had been injured previously, also attacked after a short period of rest. After the great demon emperor attacked, 2 fierce flames shot out from their demon eyes, and they pounced on Su Ke swiftly and violently. Soon, an unprecedented battle broke out above the clouds in the 9 heavens. Go! Du Xiaofu stood in the sky, and he said calmly. When he waved his hand, his robe and hair fluttered, and there was not much strong aura on his body. However, every time he waved his hand, a mountain-like thunder dragon rushed out from the sea of clouds under his feet, and it stretched across the sky. Roar! The thunder dragons roared and broke the void again and again. Under Du Xiaofu's control, the thunder dragon twisted its huge body and charged towards the 9 demon emperors with a power that could destroy everything in its path. Boom! 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 The power of thunder and lightning collided with the demon chi, tearing the sky and splitting the earth. The violent energy shattered again and again, turning into talismans and mysterious runes that filled the sky. Soon, the 9 demon emperors were annihilated. The 9 demon emperors are just SOSO. Boss is fighting against 9 demon emperors alone, and he is not at a disadvantage. Du Xiaoyao sneered and said disdainfully as he watched the battle break out. Although the sky was covered by the energy storm, the situation on the battlefield could not escape his perception. Although Boss was struggling to deal with the 9 demon emperors together, he was not at a disadvantage. He still seemed to be at ease. This kind of situation caused little Demon Du to feel incomparably carefree in his heart. It could be said that now, except for the demon gods, no one in the world could be a match for Boss. Unless the 9 demon emperors could recover to their peak state in the primordial age. However, such a situation was extremely difficult. One should know that this world had a great suppression on the cultivation of living beings. It was only possible if they left this world. The demon gods have already entered the space portal. There is no time to waste. While the 9 demon emperors are occupied, we will take care of the other small fries. Du Xiaoyao said with a sneer as he looked at the remaining people of the devil religion. I'm afraid it will be a little difficult. Huolei Laozu said softly, 2 thunderous flames flashing in his eyes. At this time, there were more than 1,000 devil religion followers on the devil religion side. Among them, half of them had reached the saint realm. It was almost impossible for the 2 of them to take care of all of them. On the contrary, if they were to fight and fall into a quagmire, it would be difficult for them to escape in the end. If they were not careful, they would be exhausted to death. It was not difficult to understand that many ants could bite an elephant to death. Kid, aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? On the opposite side, 2 young demonic figures appeared in the sky and stood in front of the other demons. One of them heard Du Xiaoyao's words and couldn't help but shout coldly. It was Moksha. I also want to see how these two people are going to deal with so many of us. Lingzi, who was beside Moksha, said indifferently. His tone did not have the slightest fluctuation of emotion, as if he was an emotionless zombie. The hood of his robe covered his head, making it impossible for others to see his face. Moksha and Lingzi both understood that if they were to fight alone, they were no match for Du Xiaoyao and Huolezi. However, the thousands of devil religion experts behind them were their greatest reliance. Is that so? Since you two jumped out first, I'll start with you two. Du Xiaoyao had never been a person who was afraid of trouble. Moreover, the demon god was not here, and the 9 great demon emperors were restrained. Even if there were hundreds of sage realm experts on the opposite side, he was still fearless. With a cold snort, the golden light around his body surged. The radiance shot out in all directions, covering the scorching sun above everyone's head. Waves of vast aura instantly filled the air and swept across, spreading high in the sky and invading every inch of space. Everyone in the devil religion felt their souls trembling. Including Moksha and Lingzi, everyone was intimidated by this power. Roar. A loud roar came from the golden light, and terrifying sound waves spread out in all directions, making everyone in the devil religion feel suffocated. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, the golden light that filled the sky slowly retracted. What replaced it was waves of tyrannical pressure that directly crushed everyone's primordial spirits. In the next moment, an incomparably huge body of a red-bone horse monkey appeared in the void. It was as if a terrifying lord had appeared, almost filling up the entire space. In front of me, it's not up to you small fries to be arrogant. The huge red-bone horse monkey spoke in human language. It stretched out a huge palm and slapped down fiercely on Moksha's head. In terms of cultivation, these people in the devil religion were far inferior to the 9 great demon emperors. As for Du Xiaoyao himself, he had the strength to at least contend with experts like the 4 demon emperors and the 5 demon emperors. Therefore, people like Mo Sha and Mo Lingzi were naturally not worthy of his attention. Chapter 2600. The giant hand swept across the sky, covering the horizon. Chi, the void cracked noiselessly, like a city wall being crushed into fine powder, the fragments falling down one after another. An invisible fluctuation spread out, attacking the souls of everyone from the devil religion. This palm was just like a boundless mountain that violently smashed down from the sky. It suddenly arrived above Mo Sha's head. Everyone from the devil religion, listen up. Attack together. I don't believe that with so many of us, we can't even stop this old and young guy. Mo Lingzi said calmly. His figure swept out in an instant, pouncing straight at Moksha, wanting to resist Du Xiaoyao's earth-shattering palm together with him. At the same time, the hundreds of Saint Realm experts from the devil religion behind them also moved. Powerful auras burst out from their bodies as they attacked together. Although their individual strength wasn't as strong as Du Xiaoyao and Huolezi, with so many of them together, they could crush the other party to death. Mo Lingzi. Looking at this scene, Huolei Laozu didn't take any big action, but cast his gaze at Mo Lingzi. Faint green and red flames jumped on his bloated and old body, and a light flashed in his old eyes. You have the thunder martial vein, which is related to the Du family and me. It's just that I didn't know your identity. I'm very curious about who you are. As a descendant of the heavenly Tao, how could you be willing to be driven by the devil religion and work for the devil god? Huolei-Zi's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an indescribable coldness. After the fall of the heavenly Tao, he was formed from the thunder fire formed by the spiritual lightning that streaked across the sky after the fall of the heavenly Tao. It could be said that his existence had an inseparable relationship with the heavenly Tao, and could be considered as another continuation of the heavenly Tao's life. The thunder martial vein was also a great ability of the heavenly Tao, engraved in the Du family's bloodline, and only opened after ancient times. The demon god was the main culprit behind the fall of the heavenly Tao. As a descendant of the Du family, he had become the claws and fangs of the devil religion for no reason. This kind of situation would probably make anyone furious. If you want to know who I am, come and see for yourself if you have the ability. Emolingzi still spoke calmly. Under the hood of his robe, 2 rays of dim light shot out from his eyes. Filled with the aura of death, he was like a ghost. His strength was far inferior to Master Huale's, but there was no trace of fear in his words. Presumably, he had the support of the devil religion behind him. The traitor of the Du family, the scum of the human race, everyone has the right to punish him. Today, I will personally take off your hood and expose your true face to the sun. As Master Flamespark spoke, his voice carried a thick killing intent. He didn't hide it at all. Then, raging flames suddenly leaped out from his body, burning fiercely and continuously expanding. In an instant, it spread out to tens of thousands of miles, covering the endless distance above the 9 heavens. Following the appearance of the flames, Master Flamespark's figure gradually turned illusory and merged into the flames. Then, the originally blazing flames began to slowly retract their radiance, turning into deep and dark green flames that burned silently. After this scene appeared, the entire space didn't become brighter because of the illumination of the flames. Instead, it suddenly turned dark. The radiance of the blazing sun above their heads disappeared, as if the night had suddenly arrived. There was no light, and it was as if they had entered the cold and dark space of the universe. In this space, there was only an ocean of flames left. It was suffused with a dim light, covering all the people of the devil religion. In addition, Du Xiaoyao's redbone horse monkey body emitted a golden light in this environment. On Du Xiaofu's side, an endless tide of energy fiercely swept over. The mysterious runes on the broken talismans interweaved resplendently, giving rise to a dense multicolored glow. It was incomparably magnificent. Crackle, in the ocean of flames, small bolts of lightning flickered. They were like agile snakes, wreaking havoc in all directions. The terrifying temperature soared. In the blink of an eye, it made people feel as if the water in their bodies was about to evaporate. The lightning snakes crisscrossed and slashed. They seemed weak, but they carried a destructive aura. A vast majestic aura filled the air. It was as if a terrifying lord from ancient times had descended, causing people's souls to tremble. What a terrifying lightning fire! In just a moment, screams came from the people of the devil religion. Those who were below the saint realm all felt the terrifying temperature constantly corroding their bodies. It was as if they were about to melt. In just a moment, many people of the devil religion suffered different degrees of injuries. Kill! Du Xiaoyao's huge palm swept across the sky and slapped down, landing directly on Moksha's head. Moksha's reaction was extremely fast. He immediately retreated into the devil religion's camp. Then, many Saint Realm powerhouses attacked together. Each of them released a vast amount of devil chi, which gathered around Moksha and wrapped him up. Endless energy kept filling his body. The great devil shakes the world. As Moksha shouted, the devil chi that wrapped around him quickly gathered and condensed into a huge figure. It rose to the sky and seemed to want to break through the horizon. That huge figure was formed from black demonic chi. However, as a gentle breeze blew past, a thin layer of demonic chi immediately dissipated, as if a thin veil had been lifted. Then, what appeared was still Moksha's image. However, at this time, Moksha's figure had become extremely burly. His muscles were bulging, and his bronze skin carried an explosive power. That originally clear and handsome face had a ruthless look on it. His eyes emitted an ominous glint, and his thin lips had turned into a bloody mouth. It was an indescribable rash. This image vaguely had the charm of a devil god. As he breathed in and out, one could feel that there was a strange power between heaven and earth that followed the rhythm of his breathing. Just the two of you want to break through the blockade of hundreds of Saint Realm powerhouses of the devil religion? You must be dreaming. Moksha's huge devil figure roared. He opened his bloody mouth, and a scarlet aura filled the air. It was like a river of blood that swept out, and a murderous aura spread out. Moksha's figure was much bigger than Du Xiaoyao's red-bone horse monkey body. As he shouted, Du Xiaoyao's huge palm had already covered the sky. It carried a surging power, and like a raging sea, it struck down on Moksha's head. Great devil breaks the sky. Moksha's huge devil figure clenched his fists, and his body suddenly bent down. He opened his mouth and spat out a blood-red sharp blade. This blood-red sharp blade broke through the air and directly penetrated the barrier of the void. It struck a deep black hole in the void. Different from normal cracks in the void, this black hole was filled with a terrifying aura of death. It was as if the door to the netherworld had been opened. Waves of strange power rippled in the surrounding air. Woo-woo! Waves of ghostly cries and godly howls could be heard. Clouds of dark fog rushed out from the void and turned into the appearance of living beings. They rushed towards Du Xiaoyao's huge palm. In an instant, there were vengeful spirits wailing, ferocious ghosts screaming, and ghosts weeping. With extremely terrifying power, they met Du Xiaoyao's palm. Chi, the huge palm of the red-bone horse monkey collided with those sinister things without any hesitation. Du Xiaoyao's attack was righteous and domineering. It specialized in countering the evil aura. On the other hand, the great devil's power used evil to break through righteousness. It was as if the great devil's body wanted to break through the restraints of the great Tao of heaven and earth and turn the greater thousand world into a vast devil's domain. The two completely opposite forces collided and instantly tangled with each other and cancelled each other out. The golden light and the dark aura shattered and disappeared. The golden palm and countless evil spirits turned into dense talismans and mysterious runes floating in the air, annihilating the entire void. However, this scene, other than appearing to have caused a huge commotion, in reality, not much of a ripple spread out. Under the effect of the opposing forces, all the shattered energies were devoured and cancelled each other out. The runes that filled the sky dissipated very quickly. At this moment, Du Xiaoyao's huge palm was slowly retracting. The red-bone horse monkey's body sat steadily and did not seem to have been shaken at all. At the same time, Moksha's great devil's body was still standing upright in the void. After one move, the two of them did not suffer much. It could be said that they were evenly matched. Borrowing the power of hundreds of people can only achieve this level? Du Xiaoyao's eyes twitched slightly and said rather disdainfully, "If it weren't for the hundreds of Saint Realm cultivators from the Devil sect attacking at the same time and supporting Mo Sha with their cultivation, he was afraid that his attack would be able to directly crush Mo Sha to death. Not even a trace of him would be left behind." This kind of result caused little Demon Du to feel very puzzled. Under normal circumstances, the people behind Moksha were indeed far inferior to him in terms of individual strength. However, if all of them were added together, it should not be so weak. I was just testing you. Your red-bone horse monkey's body is far from being able to block my great devil shakes the world. Moksha's burly figure snorted coldly. His two demonic eyes were rolling with scenes one after another. Under careful observation, one could see mountains of corpses and seas of blood surging. It was like a scene of doomsday. Behind him, many Saint Realm cultivators of the devil religion sat down cross-legged. Each of them once again released waves of devil chi, which converged into a vast power and entered Moksha's body. Roar after being replenished by this endless power, Moksha's huge body grew by another 30%. His aura was more than twice as ferocious as before. Immediately afterward, the great demon's body suddenly took a step forward in the void. His feet were like two mountains as he stepped on the void. It was as if he was stepping on the ground. A rumbling sound was heard, and the entire space was trembling along with it. The void under the great devil's feet was like a mountain rock that was being stepped on. It was shattered and turned into fine powder. The sea of fire that Huolei Zhu had released was also extinguished a lot. The huge demonic shadow swept across the 9 heavens with unparalleled power. It indeed had the charm of a demonic god. Chapter 2601. As Moksha's great demon body charged forward, his aura soared. Kill! During this process, Mo-Sha also fiercely cried out. Wherever his burly body passed, due to his extremely fast speed, it caused a series of sonic booms. The space above the 9 heavens trembled and vibrated. Old man, I'll deal with Moksha. The rest of the people from the devil religion, including Mo Lingzi, I'll leave them to you. Kill as many of them as you can. Opposite Moksha, Du Xiaoyao shouted loudly. His voice spread in all directions. His words were directed at Huolei Laozu. At this time, the hundreds of saint stage experts from the devil religion were almost all using their methods to maintain Moksha's great demon body. They did not have much energy to deal with Huolei Laozu's attack. If they did not take this opportunity to kill them, when would they? Kid, are you sure you can do it? Huolei Zi's voice spread from the green flames in the sky. It was impossible to tell where his real body was. One could hear the doubt and worry in his voice. Needless to say, the power of the hundreds of saint stage experts from the devil religion attacking together was not just a little bit. When Moksha really used his full power, the power he possessed would not be inferior to the 9 great demon emperors joining forces. Therefore, if Du Xiaoyao were to fight against Moksha alone, the pressure he would have to bear would not be any less than Du Xiaofu on the other side. This would be an extremely dangerous thing. Don't worry, the devil religion's little tricks can't do anything to me, Du Xiaoyao replied. He seemed to have an indescribable confidence. Then be careful. Let me know if you can't hold on anymore. I'll go help you immediately, Huolei Laozu said. After he finished speaking, the flames in the sea of fire that almost covered the entire 9 heavens suddenly became a little stronger. Moreover, there were balls of flames that were extremely ferocious. With a whoosh, they rapidly leaped through the air and headed for the 1,000-strong devil religion camp. Kill! Du Xiaoyao shouted. Her red-bone horse-monkey body moved in response, directly facing the great devil body transformed by Moksha. Boom! The 2 incomparably tall bodies collided in the blink of an eye. It was as if 2 huge mountains had collided, and a terrifying vibration erupted. The terrifying impact of the sound wave was like the surface of a lake that had a huge rock thrown into it. Ripples spread out in all directions. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. In the distance, the hundreds of people below the saint realm from the devil religion spat out mouthfuls of blood almost simultaneously after being hit by the impact. Their auras immediately withered. Since the Godfiend has abandoned all of you and entered the space portal alone, I won't be polite. I'll take your lives. Huolei Laozu's voice spread out. Clusters of flames jumped from the sea of fire that filled the sky. With a swift and violent momentum, they directly burned into the formation of the devil religion camp. Then, only miserable screams could be heard. Under the green flames, the cultivators below the saint realm could not resist at all. In an instant, their bodies and primordial spirits were burned into ashes and blown away by the wind of the 9 heavens. In the blink of an eye, dozens of people from the demonic sect had died. Damn it! Moksha, who was fighting fiercely with Du Xiaoyao in the distance, cursed. He was extremely resentful of this scene. His great demon body moved crazily as he fiercely punched out, forcing Du Xiaoyao to retreat. You want to save them? Did you ask for my permission? Du Xiaoyao shouted. Her figure flashed again, pouncing toward Moksha to restrain him and create an opportunity for Huolei Laozu. At the same time, he shouted into the void, Old man, don't bother with those small fries that you can crush with a flip of your hand. Kill those above the saint realm. Do I need a little guy like you to teach me how to do things? Huolei Laozu snorted and retorted. However, he did not say anything else after that. Obviously, he agreed with Du Xiaoyao's words. As Huolei Zi spoke, the sea of fire that spread out in the endless sky suddenly froze. It was as if it was still for a moment and the flames stopped swaying. Immediately after, with a huff, a jade-green flame abruptly shot out. It flashed within the sea of flames, and directly headed towards Mo Lingzi on the other side. Mo Lingzi, you can't escape today. Let me see what kind of person you are in the Du family, Huolei Laozu said. The green flame was ferocious, like the fire of the underworld, burning everything. In an instant, it wrapped around Mo Lingzi's body. After changing his target, the first thing he thought of was to attack Mo Lingzi. Old man, let's see what you can do to me. Mo Lingzi, who was in the sea of fire, suddenly shouted. His figure flashed, and he went into the formation of the devil religion. However, the flame behind him followed him like a shadow. No matter where Mo Lingzi went, he couldn't get rid of it. Thief, let's see where you can run to. Under Huolei Laozu's control, the lightning in the sea of fire suddenly gathered together, condensing into a thick and bright lightning, and struck toward Mo Lingzi. My devil religion has several hundred Saint Realm experts here, and there are only 2 of you. Do you think you can overturn the heavens? Blood demon true body, rise for me. Mo Lingzi said softly, without any emotion. After entering the formation of the devil religion, the several hundred Saint Realm experts seemed to have agreed. Half of them retracted the energy in Moksha's great demon true body, and waved it toward Mo Lingzi. After the lightning controlled by Huolei Zi hit the endless Saint Realm energy, it was quickly swallowed, and it didn't have much effect on Mo Lingzi. Then, under the support of the several hundred Saint Realm experts of the devil religion, the aura on Mo Lingzi's body began to change greatly. Amidst the dense demonic qi, the black robe on Mo Lingzi's body fluttered without any wind. 2 blood-red eyes shot out from under the hood, piercing through the void. Mo Lingzi's body swelled up like a balloon as a terrifying bloody aura rose up in this region, curling around his body. The color of his black robe gradually changed, as if it was soaked in blood, turning into a scarlet color. Blood fiend battle axe, condense for me. Such words were lightly spat out from Mo Lingzi's mouth. Then, he stretched out a palm, placed it in front of him, and suddenly clenched it in the void, as if he was holding a sword. Endless demonic qi was summoned, and it gathered in his palm along his body. Qi. The demonic qi was vast and mighty, and it quickly formed into a blood-red axe in Mo Lingzi's hand. Chapter 2602. As soon as the blood-colored battle axe appeared, a hazy blood-colored mist spread out from Mo Lingzi's blood demon true body. At the same time, a fiendish aura spread out from the ground and quickly rose up. It passed through the thick clouds and completely enveloped the battlefield in the sky. In just a split second, Du Xiaoyao, who was fighting fiercely with Moksha's great demon true body, felt her heart tremble fiercely. This might seem even more terrifying than Moksha, who was fighting with her in the holy war. The sea of flames formed by Huolei Laozu weakened a little in the midst of the bloody mist. They burned and rubbed against each other, emitting sizzling sounds. You want to touch the foundation of my devil religion with just the 2 of you? You're far from enough. Mo Lingzi's blood demon true body stood there as his vast voice resounded in the sky, causing the space to buzz. He held the blood fiend battle axe in his hand and abruptly slashed down, directly chopping the void and into the sea of azure flames. Boom! A scalp-numbing sound reverberated, and the world trembled along with it. A terrifying crack was cut open in the void, like an abyss, so deep that one couldn't see the bottom. A bloody and fiendish aura swept out, spreading in every inch of the space. Such a spatial crack opened in front of the devil religion's camp, isolating the endless sea of flames and preventing it from causing harm to the people of the devil religion. 30% of the sea of flames formed by the fire lightning seed was extinguished in an instant, and its aura sharply decreased. The azure flames that were originally sweeping towards the several hundred Saint Realm experts of the devil religion were almost completely extinguished. Under the influence of the bloody aura, it could no longer pose a great threat to the people of the devil religion. Kiki, you guys are really overestimating yourselves. Do you really think that the means of my devil religion are so easy to deal with? On the other side, Moksha let out a strange laugh. Then, he waved a huge demonic palm and struck down at Du Xiaoyao. Rumble, the 9 heavens shook and the space shook. Terrifying demonic chi surged out like a tidal wave, gathering into stormy waves that slammed fiercely. In an instant it reached Du Xiaoyao. Amidst the tumbling demon chi, the cries of ghosts and the howls of gods could be heard. A foul stench filled the air, causing one to feel nauseous and numb. Even the circulation of energy in one's body had almost stopped. Roared Du Xiaoyao's red-bone horse monkey roared as golden light gushed forth, piercing through all obstructions. Within this, little demon Du's feet stepped in the air, steadily descending. Then, he raised his hands into the sky, and with an extremely vast power, he collided with the great demon's palms. Bang! The attacks of both sides collided, and a terrifying collision erupted. Majestic energy whistled like a raging sea. Energy runes as small as mosquitoes exploded, dazzling like fireworks. It was incomparably beautiful. Swish! Du Xiaoyao's redbone horse monkey body was knocked back by the attack. The golden light around her body dissipated, and her body was sent flying for thousands of feet in the sky before coming to a stop. On the other side, Moksha's great demon body did not seem to have suffered much of an impact. He still stood upright in his original position, exuding a torrential demon chi. The great devil body and the blood devil true body are both secret techniques of the devil religion. The power of several hundred people is indeed extraordinary. Du Xiaoyao's eyes flashed with a golden light as he thought to himself. Previously, when he exchanged blows with Moksha, he did not seem to be at a disadvantage. It was only after this exchange that the terror of the great devil body was revealed. Even if he used his full strength, he wouldn't be able to shake it. Not only that, under Moksha's palm, he felt the energy within his body tremble and surge, receiving a certain amount of shock. Just as Moksha said, the reason why the two were evenly matched in the first exchange was because Moksha was just probing. Now, half of the many Saint Realm experts of the devil religion had already sent their power into Mo Lingzi's body to help him form the blood devil true body. Even so, Moksha had lost half of his support, yet he still displayed such powerful strength. It could be seen that the secret techniques of the devil religion were indeed extraordinary. Du Xiaoyao thought to himself. His eyes flickered with a golden light as he glanced at the situation on the battlefield. His heart couldn't help but sink a little. After receiving the power of the devil religion's people, Mo Lingzi became incomparably ferocious. He dashed left and right in the sea of fire formed by Huolei Laozu, wantonly coming and going. Under his interference, Huolei Laozu's attacks couldn't get close to the devil religion's people and cause them any harm. Such a situation indicated that his and Huolei Laozu's previous plan had failed. They couldn't attack the enemy's weak points to solve the current situation. Moreover, if the current situation continued to develop, he and Huolei Laozu wouldn't be a match for Moksha and Mo Lingzi at all. Then, the only thing left was to see if Du Xiaofu could defeat the 9 demon emperors under their joint attack and kill their way into the space portal behind the devil religion's people. Under the prying of Du Xiaoyao's primordial spirit, the battle between Du Xiaofu and the 9 demon emperors was in a white-hot state. It seemed that it would be difficult to determine the victor in a short period of time. Is this really the only way? Du Xiaoyao muttered, the arrogance in his heart suddenly rising. I don't believe that I can't deal with devil religion's thieves like you. Even if I can't kill you, I can still cut a bloody path out and enter the void corridor. Du Xiaoyao suddenly shouted. The red-bone horse-monkey's body moved in the void and charged toward Moksha. Humph, I've already said that you're just overestimating yourselves. How dare you challenge hundreds of Saint Realm experts of the devil religion with just the two of you? You're just delusional. Moksha snorted coldly. He also moved and pounced toward Du Xiaoyao. Both sides were extremely fast. In an instant, they collided again and a terrifying battle broke out. At the same time, on the other side, Mo Lingzi wielded the Blood Fiend battle-axe and slashed left and right at the Void Flame Sea. With every strike, the Void Flame Sea was split into pieces. The lightning snakes that were swimming in the Void Flame Sea were also slashed into pieces and scattered in the void. The devil religion's methods are indeed powerful, but the ancestor isn't to be trifled with. Huolei Laozu's voice rang in everyone's ears. He originally wanted to do as Du Xiaoyao said and kill those people, while the rest of the devil religion couldn't take care of him. However, the blood demon real body displayed by Mo Lingzi was not inferior to Moksha's great demon real body. When the two of them cooperated with each other, he and Du Xiaoyao were both restrained. Moreover, they were both at a disadvantage. For a moment, the situation on his side was not optimistic. Chapter 2603. The great battle above the 9 heavens was still ongoing. Du Xiaoyao's redbone horse monkey body moved across the void. Every time he struck, it would cause an intense storm, causing the void to tremble. However, Moksha's great demon body was even more ferocious. Every step he took with his towering body caused the void to shatter into pieces. The terrifying attacks shook Du Xiaoyao to the point of retreating repeatedly. He could only parry and had no strength to fight back. The superposition of several hundred Sage Realm experts was indeed extraordinary. However, Du Xiaoyao wasn't someone who was afraid of trouble. Facing Moksha's swift and violent attacks, not only did he not shrink back, he became more and more courageous as he fought. On the other side, Mo Lingzi wielded the Blood Fiend battle-axe and slashed horizontally and vertically. Huolei Laozu's sea of flames was extinguished one after another. Mo Lingzi's blood demon true body was filled with a fiendish aura that filled the void. When the fiendish aura collided with the green flames, it was burned and emitted sizzling sounds. However, even with Huolei Laozu's methods, it was difficult for him to do anything to Mo Lingzi. When the lightning in the flames struck the blood demon true body, it was directly corroded and couldn't cause any damage. The scene fell into a deadlock for a moment. Du Xiaoyao, Huolei Laozu, and Du Xiaofu, who was fighting fiercely with the 9 demon emperors, were unable to break out of their predicament and repel the people of the devil religion. Moreover, Du Xiaoyao and Huolei Laozu were still in a disadvantageous position and could be injured at any time. Du Xiaofu, how can you win against the 9 of us joining hands? I advise you to retreat. Before Lord Demon God fully recovers and gets rid of you, you can still fight for a few more days to live. The voices of the 4 demon emperors came out from the billowing energy waves with an insufferably arrogant aura. You're just trying to stall for time. You're not enough to make me retreat. Even if the demon god was here, I, Du Xiaofu, would still dare to fight him. Du Xiaofu said in a domineering tone. The thunderclouds below were still gathering, constantly flashing out lightning dragons that looked like mountain ridges. Thick bolts of lightning were wreaking havoc amidst the raging energy tide, bombarding the 9 demon emperors. Deafening explosions rang out unceasingly. The purple-robed figures stood high up in the sky, dodging the attacks of the 9 great demon emperors from time to time. Du Xiaofu didn't carry a powerful aura. However, when he gently lifted his hand and waved it, the rampaging lightning dragon was controlled and guided. It collided with the attacks of the 9 great demon emperors, making it difficult for them to even get close to him. Of course, it would be extremely difficult for Du Xiaofu to defeat them. After all, the strength of the 9 great demon emperors had long reached the sage perfection realm. When the 9 of them joined forces, even though he had the cultivation of a half-step heavenly saint, he still had to be serious. "You're boasting shamelessly. I admit that you're really strong, but you're still far from enough to break through the blockade of the 9 of us and enter the void corridor," the 5 demon emperors said. The blood-red sickle in his hand had a deep luster, and it was fluctuating with an intense aura of death. Every time he slashed, the lightning dragon controlled by Du Xiaofu would dim, and its aura would weaken sharply. "Humph, if I really wanted to enter the void corridor, the 9 of you wouldn't be able to stop me." Du Xiaofu lifted his palm slightly. Another lightning dragon roared as it moved and hurriedly rushed towards the 5 demon emperors. At the same time, he didn't stop moving. Under his control, lightning bolts, which were as thick as mountains, attacked the 9 great demon emperors one after another. During the interval of the fierce battle, he also projected the power of his primordial spirit to observe the situation of Miss Du and Huolei Laozu outside. Du Xiaofu couldn't help but frown when he saw the situation. It seemed that it would be difficult to break the current situation. The situation of Du Xiaoyao and Huolei Laozu was not optimistic. It was very difficult for them to break through the blockade of the devil religion and enter the void corridor, unless the people of the sacred demon palace and the Black Water River arrived. At that time, with the addition of a large number of fresh troops, it would be easier to deal with the devil religion. Moreover, at this time, those people should be arriving soon. Du Xiaofu thought to himself, but he was also thinking seriously, "I can't wait for them." It had been a long time since the demonic god entered the space portal. If they wasted too much time here, the demonic god could easily get the item for recovery. Then, the situation would be even more unfavorable for the living beings in this world. Only by entering the void corridor earlier, even if they couldn't really stop the demonic god from getting the item, they could at least cause some trouble for him and delay him for a longer time. Du Xiaofu, do you still want to resist? Why don't you surrender? We'll let you die quickly, so that the demonic god won't have to deal with you personally. I'm afraid that it won't be easy for you to die then." The 7 demon emperors laughed sinisterly. "So what if you're a half-step heavenly sage? After all, you're not a real heavenly sage. How can you break through the joint forces of the 9 of us?" the great demon emperor said, his petite body moving in the void. His black claws, which were covered with scales, grabbed a lightning dragon fiercely. Then, he grabbed it a few more times and crushed it in the void, turning it into runes and dissipating. "Humph, you can't stop me." Upon hearing this, Du Xiaofu snorted coldly. Suddenly, a terrible aura burst out from his body. "Golden wings of rock rise!" Du Xiaofu shouted in a low voice. Then, a golden light shot up from behind him and turned into 2 wings that stretched out in the sky. Then, his body shook slightly. He used the Fuyao first move and disappeared from where he was standing. "Oh no! It's this strange space technique again!" the 3 demon emperors shouted. With a wave of their palms, the energy storm in the sky was suppressed in an instant, and the sky became clear again. He looked back and glanced in the direction of the rest of the people from the devil religion. Sure enough, the purple-robed figure had appeared beside Moksha. "Evil creature, how dare you be so fierce?" Du Xiaofu's icy cold voice was transmitted over. In front of the eyes of the 9 great demon emperors, he had already ruthlessly slammed his palm forward and imprinted it on the great demon body that Emo Sha had transformed into. Rumble in an instant, the sound of wind and thunder rang out. Endless electric light burst out from the palm and blasted Moksha's body hundreds of miles away. At the same time, a terrible palm print covered it. Electric arcs flickered and green smoke rose in spirals. Puff! Moksha clutched his chest. An arrow of blood spurted out from his mouth, shattering the void. All of this happened extremely quickly. After Emo Sha's great devil body was sent flying, the 9 great devil emperors barely had enough time to move. They rushed towards Du Xiaofu's direction, wanting to continue to join forces to intercept him. Chapter 2604. The speed of the 9 demon emperors was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they had already rushed to Du Xiaofu's side, forming an encirclement, preparing to continue to work together to stall him. The great demon emperor took the lead. His scaly claws moved horizontally, carrying surging demon chi that corroded the void. The blood-red sides of the 4 demon emperors fell with the aura of death. The 5 demon emperors used the demonic cloud heaven swallowing technique, which swept out in all directions and swallowed the heavens and the earth. The other 6 demon emperors also attacked at the same time. Their terrifying attacks fell, almost turning the void into a state of chaos. However, these successive attacks, which had the power to shatter everything, all fell on empty air in the end. They didn't even touch Du Xiaofu's body. This was because the purple-robed figure had suddenly disappeared from the spot when they had just closed in. In an instant, the 9 great demon emperors came to a realization. That brat must have used that strange spatial technique again. This move again. Quickly stop him. The 4 demon emperors shouted loudly and rushed forward. Without thinking, he turned the direction of the blood-red scythe in his hand and aimed it at the blood demon real body that Mo Lingzi had transformed into. At the same time, the other 8 demon emperors also turned around at the same time. Their figures pierced through the air and appeared beside Mo Lingzi in an instant. In the blink of an eye, when all the attacks fell on Du Xiaofu, the purple-robed youth raised his fist again. Tyrannical Fist Wei. When these words came out of Du Xiaofu's mouth, a blazing purple-gold brilliance bloomed on his fist. Between heaven and earth, endless energy constantly gathered on it, condensing into a fist shadow that was as big as a house. It fiercely smashed down on Mo Lingzi's blood demon real body. Energy mysterious runes circulated, fluctuating with a vast aura. Unparalleled power entwined on it. Wherever it passed, the void was annihilated, and heaven and earth lost their color. Du Xiaofu, let me see how much strength you have in the half-step heavenly saint realm. Mo Lingzi's blood demon real body said in a calm and emotionless tone. However, the blood fiend battle axe in his hand was raised high. A terrifying aura gathered and chopped down. I really don't know where you get the confidence to challenge me. What's more, your speed is too slow. Du Xiaofu said softly. His fist was like a mad dragon leaving its lair, roaring crazily as it rushed out. Such a punch had the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, and it struck out without the slightest pause. Just as Mo Lingzi's blood fiend battle axe descended, it collided with this fist shadow. Boom! When the two collided, the blood fiend battle axe instantly shattered and turned into energy runes that filled the sky, forming a terrifying storm. On the other hand, Du Xiaofu's fist shadow was unscathed, and its momentum was not affected much. It continued to move forward. This purple-gold fist shadow smashed apart Mo Lingzi's blood fiend battle axe, passing through the destructive energy storm. Like a hot knife through butter, it disregarded all obstacles and ruthlessly smashed into the chest of Mo Lingzi's blood demon true body. Boom! Another explosion rang out, and the powerful sound waves spread out, twisting the void into pieces. Creak! Creak! The sound of bones breaking rang out, and Mo Lingzi's chest directly caved in. The mighty blood demon true body swept through the air like a rolling mountain, causing a rumbling sound to ring out. Kill! At this moment, the 9 great demon emperors had already arrived. The 9 of them attacked at the same time, surrounding Du Xiaofu in the middle. 9 terrifying attacks broke through the 9 heavens, carrying a demonic energy storm that could annihilate everything. With the power to destroy everything, Du Xiaofu's figure was buried. However, when their attacks landed, each of their faces suddenly changed. At their level of cultivation, they were able to detect the slightest movement in an instant. He got away again, the 4 demon emperors said hatefully, and the roots of their teeth were itching. The moment the attacks landed, they had already sensed that Du Xiaofu's figure had disappeared from the encirclement. Needless to say, the current hymn must have appeared in another place. This kid's space technique is too strange. We must stop him, the great demon emperor said in a deep voice, his tone carrying an indescribable resentment. Without any hesitation, the 9 great demon emperors turned around again, heading in the other direction. Over there, Moksha, who had been sent flying, had already returned. And Du Xiaofu's target was still him. If I were you, I would hide far away. Since you dared to come back, then take another punch from me. Tyrannical fist. Du Xiaofu's light words fell, and he fiercely punched Moksha's great demon body. Boom! Moksha had only returned to the battlefield for a short while, and before he could see the current situation clearly, he was hit by another punch. The majestic body of the great demon was smashed, and it tumbled in the void, collapsing and shattering one space after another. His physical body burst open, and demon blood splattered everywhere. Du Xiaofu, if you have the guts, come and fight me fair and square. The 5 demon emperors roared and rushed forward. But what made them furious was that when the 9 great demon emperors rushed forward again, the purple-robed youth's figure disappeared again. Needless to say, this time, he must have gone to find trouble with Mo Lingzi or the other people of the devil religion. Everyone looked back, and sure enough, Du Xiaofu was among the hundreds of Saint Realm experts of the devil religion at this time. Damn it! The great demon emperor could no longer stay calm, and he cursed in a gloomy voice. Obviously, Du Xiaofu's purpose this time was to destroy the backbone of the devil religion. One must know that he now had the strength of a half-step heavenly saint, and the strength of those hundreds of people were all below the perfect saint realm. If they allowed Du Xiaofu to rush into the devil religion's formation, what was the difference between that and a tiger entering a flock of sheep? At that time, those Saint Realm experts would only be waiting to be slaughtered, and Du Xiaofu could rampage and kill. People of the devil religion actually know how to say the word fair and square. Are you worthy? Du Xiaofu snorted coldly, and then his eyes suddenly became extremely cold. He gently raised his hand, and slowly clenched his 5 fingers in the direction of the hundreds of Saint Realm experts of the devil religion. We can't let him have his way, the great demon emperor whispered to himself. His eyes, which were covered by demon chi, shot out an intense murderous aura. That petite body traversed the void, and the demon chi was like a dragon, following her like a shadow and swaying around her body. Facing Du Xiaofu, the 9 of them could only barely block him with their combined strength. And after using that strange space technique, he didn't dare to meet them head-on. Everyone could only be toyed with by him like monkeys, running around behind him, but they couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. How could the 9 great demon emperors not feel hatred in their hearts under such circumstances? How could they not know that Du Xiaofu wanted to use his elusive speed to defeat them one by one? As long as Moksha and Mo Lingzi were defeated, the hundreds of Saint Realm experts of the devil religion would be slaughtered. At that time, it would be impossible for the 9 of them to stop Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoyao, and Huolei Zi. However, what made the 9 great demon emperors feel despair was that Du Xiaofu's strange spatial technique was something that they were completely unable to reach. The 9 of us will split into 3 groups. One group will deal with Du Xiaoyao, and the other group will deal with Huolei Zi. Let's make Du Xiaofu hesitate and not dare to be arrogant anymore. The 9 great demon emperors followed behind Du Xiaofu and headed toward the hundreds of Saint Realm experts of the devil religion. During this time, the 7th demon emperor's primordial spirit fluctuated and said to the others. His idea was very simple. If the 9 of them chased after Du Xiaofu without letting go, they would only be in a passive situation. If they split up to deal with Du Xiaoyao and Huolei Zi, who were relatively weaker, Du Xiaofu would definitely rescue them. In this way, they could resolve the current passive situation. Absolutely not. Du Xiaoyao and Huolei Zi are not weak. They are not easy to deal with. We can't kill them in a short time. If the 9 of us split up, we will give Du Xiaofu a chance to defeat us one by one. The 8th Demon Emperor immediately spoke and rejected the 7th Demon Emperor's suggestion. The remaining 8 Demon Emperors nodded in unison, indicating that they agreed with the 8th Demon Emperor. However, before they could come up with a feasible countermeasure, the 9 Great Demon Emperors were speechless. Because on the other side, as Du Xiaofu clenched his fist, a terrifying aura rose in the area above the 9 heavens. An indescribable charm filled the air, as though the unique rhythm of heaven and earth had been magnified countless times. During this process, 3 words popped out of Du Xiaofu's mouth. However, they were like spring thunder that exploded in the sky. 8 flashes of lightning. As soon as the 4 words were uttered, the power of laws became dense. The patterns of the great Tao evolved and carried a natural rhythm. The sky above the 9 heavens changed color instantly. In the sea of lightning beneath everyone's feet, dark clouds rolled rapidly, producing streaks of lightning that shuttled back and forth. Then, under everyone's gaze, the terrifying bolts of lightning swept upward. There were so many of them that it was impossible to estimate. The countless bolts of lightning rose against the sky and gathered into a thick thunderbolt of unknown size. In an instant, it blasted into the hundreds of Saint Realm experts of the devil religion. Boom, a terrifying sound reverberated. The void was shaken and collapsed one after another as though the world was about to be destroyed. The area where the hundreds of people of the devil religion were located was as though countless firecrackers were set off at the same time. The scene was simply boiling, and the sound of explosions didn't stop for a long time. Hundreds of figures were buried in the thunderbolt. At a glance, one's eyes were pierced by the thunderbolts and burned endlessly. A terrifying storm swept across, engulfing and killing, instantly turning this area into a terrifying land of peril. Even with the strength of the 9 Great Demon Emperors, they could only stop abruptly in this place and didn't dare to step into it rashly. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! The Great Demon Emperor stood in the void and roared furiously. The other 8 Demon Emperors were also stunned as they watched this scene unfold in a daze. They couldn't stop it at all. Du Xiaofu's half-step heavenly saint strength was actually this terrifying when he displayed the law of lightning. Chapter 2605. Under Du Xiaofu's mighty power of laws, hundreds of stage experts from the devil religion were annihilated by the power of thunder. One could imagine that there would be many experts who would die in this battle. Well done, boss. If you can take care of these scumbags from the devil religion alone, I'll be impressed by you in the future. You're not fighting alone today. Let me cheer for you. Take care of these scumbags for me. On the other side, Du Xiaoyao, who had regained the appearance of a golden-robed young man, shouted excitedly. However, the last sentence he said sounded like he was trying to kick up a fuss. In the beginning, he was at a disadvantage in the battle with Moksha. However, he did not expect his boss to turn the situation around immediately after he broke free from the encirclement of the 9 Demon Emperors. As for himself, he seemed to have nothing to do for a while. He could not help but stand aside with his arms crossed, watching the show calmly. Cheer for you, my ass. Are you stupid? Hurry up and enter the space portal. Du Xiaofu scolded. Then, he disappeared again and reappeared next to Du Xiaoyao. He gave him a merciless kick on his butt. Du Xiaofu did not show much mercy in this kick. The force he used was extremely strong, but it did not cause any harm to Du Xiaoyao. Fuck, what are you doing? Du Xiaoyao shouted. He was sent flying by Du Xiaofu's powerful kick. His body swept across the sky and flew toward the space portal. However, the moment Du Xiaoyao was sent flying, he understood Du Xiaofu's intention. Oh no! The 9 Demon Emperors also came to their senses and immediately realized this. After a moment of shock, they all calmed down and did not do anything to stop it. Ancestor, you and Xiaoyao go into the void corridor first. I'll come after you. Du Xiaofu said to Huole Laozu. All right, Let's go meet that demon god first. The sea of green flames above the ninth heaven suddenly shrank and quickly transformed into Huolei Laozu's appearance. The moment he appeared, he did not even think before he directly followed behind Du Xiaoyao and entered the spatial door. When the devil religion's 9 devil emperors saw this scene, they didn't try to stop him again. This was because they knew that with Du Xiaofu glaring at them from the side, there was no way they could stop them. Moreover, the demonic lord had already entered the void corridor. Du Xiaoyao and Flames Park alone couldn't cause any trouble to the demonic lord. The greatest possibility was that the two of them had died at the hands of Lord Fiend Celestial. As long as Du Xiaofu didn't enter the void corridor personally, the 9 demon emperors wouldn't feel too nervous. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. While the onlookers were thinking, the hundreds of Saint Realm experts of the devil religion were constantly fluctuating and rubbing against each other. The electric radiance slowly dissipated, and the terrifying power was also gradually withdrawn. Then, the scene in the field fell into everyone's eyes. Amidst the flashes of residual electric arcs, there were about 300 disheveled figures that were revealed. All of them were covered in wounds and their auras were weak. Many of them were holding their heads and howling miserably. However, most of them did not make much noise. It was obvious that they had fainted. Du Xiaofu, the devil religion will fight you to the death. Suddenly, the second demon emperor, the third demon emperor, and the others roared crazily. Their eyes emitted terrifying light as they stared at Du Xiaofu, who had retreated to the side. They couldn't wait to tear him into 8 pieces, eat his flesh and drink his blood. They could see that there were only over 300 Saint Realm experts left alive in the battlefield. As for the remaining 100 to 200 people, they had all been turned into ashes by that terrifying bolt of lightning. Not even a trace of them was left behind. How could the 9 demon emperors not be furious with such an outcome? It should be known that the Saint Realm experts were the backbone of the devil religion. The loss this time was so great that it would be a terrible blow to the devil religion's future expansion. Most of the remaining people who were still alive were temporarily unable to fight. They would need a lot of time and elixirs to recover. All of this was caused by Du Xiaofu alone. What a joke! We are already in a situation where we will fight to the death. It's a pity that only 100 people died, Du Xiaofu said. He clicked his tongue and sighed. His tone was filled with regret. Du Xiaofu, when you fall into the hands of the devil religion, I will make you beg for death. I will pull out your soul and imprison it on the spirit refining platform. You will be burned by the devil fire for eternity. The great demon emperor's voice became hoarse again. The devil chi that was wrapped around his petite body fluctuated violently. It was obvious that his heart was not calm at this time. The corners of the purple-robed youth's mouth curled up slightly as he looked at the expression of the purple-robed youth. His eyes narrowed. He seemed to be very happy. It was obvious that Du Xiaofu was very satisfied with the result of his attack at this time. However, such an expression was so hateful in the eyes of the 9 demon emperors. It made the hatred in their hearts surge and churn endlessly. Even the water of the 3 rivers and 5 lakes couldn't wash away the hatred in their hearts today. If they could capture him one day, they would make him suffer the most painful punishment in the world. They would make him beg for death. You want to kill me for a long time. So many years have passed, but you still can't do anything to me. Du Xiaofu chuckled. His eyes were fixed on the void portal in the distance. At this time, Du Xiaoyao and Huolei Laozu's figures were approaching the void portal. The devil religion didn't stop them. Du Xiaofu could guess the reason for this. It was because they felt that Du Xiaoyao and Huolei Zi's strength couldn't pose a big threat to the demon god. In fact, Du Xiaofu was also aware of this point. Therefore, he didn't intend to delay any longer. Du Xiaofu, let's fight. The 5 demon emperors shouted and dashed out directly. Vast demonic clouds gathered and spread out in the void. Do you think that I will play with you? Du Xiaofu said softly. Then, with a flash of golden light, he went to the void portal. When he used the first style of rising wind, he completely ignored the barriers of space and appeared directly in front of the portal. Damn it! The great demon emperor was flustered and exasperated. It was not the first time he cursed that day. He didn't expect that after Huolei Laozu and Du Xiaoyao left, Du Xiaofu didn't have any scruples. He didn't want to fight with them anymore. Instead, he went directly to the void portal. With the support of his space technique, even if the entire demonic sect attacked together, no one would be able to stop him. Chapter 2606. Old 7, Old 8 and Old 9 stay behind to treat the injured. The rest of you, follow me into the void corridor. Once their injuries have stabilized, they will meet up with us. Seeing Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoyao, and Huolei Zi's figures disappear into the faint spatial ripples, the great demon emperor ordered in a deep voice. After he finished speaking, he led the other 5 demon emperors and rushed toward the void door without further delay. The 7th demon emperor, 8th demon emperor, and 9th demon emperor nodded at the same time. Then, they turned around and entered the hundreds of injured Saint Realm experts of the devil religion to start treating them. On the other side, Moksha and Mo Lingzi also dragged their injured bodies and flew back. At this time, they had all recovered their original appearances. They had been beaten back to their original forms by Du Xiaofu. Moreover, their auras were much weaker, and their injuries were quite serious. However, because they had the support of the great demon body and the blood demon real body, their injuries were much lighter than the hundreds of other Saint Realm experts. They only needed to adjust their breathing slightly and swallow some elixirs to recover quickly. The 2 of them returned almost at the same time. After they looked at each other, they saw the shock in each other's eyes. A few years ago, with their cultivation, it could be said that they could crush Du Xiaofu. But now, the purple-robed young man had left them far behind. Even if the 2 of them used the devil religion's secret technique and had the support of hundreds of people, they still could not fight him head-on. It could be said that they were no longer on the same level as the purple-robed young man. The gap was like a natural moat and a chasm. What are you waiting for? Come and help. The 7th demon emperor glared at Moksha and Mo Lingzi and said angrily with strong dissatisfaction. Yes, Sir Demon Emperor. Moksha and Mo Lingzi both shrunk their necks and went to the side respectfully to start treating those who were injured by Du Xiaofu's lightning law. Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoyao, and Huolei Laozu broke through the devil religion's blockade and crashed into the spatial portal that was emitting faint ripples. The bodies of the 3 were like 3 boulders that were thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples one after another. Then, their figures disappeared from this space at the same time, as if they had entered another world. In the next instant, the scene that appeared before their eyes caused the 3 of them to be fiercely shocked. This is, Du Xiaoyao muttered as she stood in the air. His eyes shone with golden light as he raised his head and looked ahead. His line of sight extended into the endless distance. In the void, there were many steps floating in the air. They were like warm jade, emitting a fluorescent light and rippling with a clear radiance. It was pleasing to the eye. These steps were spread out in the void, their horizontal width unknown. They went all the way up, leading to an unknown place, unable to see the heart. The only thing that could be seen was a strong light shining. At a glance, it was all hazy and shrouded the steps in the distance, making them look mysterious and majestic. This jade platform seemed to have existed since time immemorial, causing one to be curious as to what exactly was at the end of the platform. Was it an ancient palace or the residence of a god? Or was it the end of this world? Or was it a shortcut to another world? This should be the void corridor that the demon emperor was talking about. Du Xiaofu softly muttered to himself, his eyes filled with an intense throbbing that could not be suppressed. Such a scene gave one a feeling of extreme grandeur. It was his first time seeing such a scene, and he could not help but be shocked. It can't be wrong. The end should be where the dark palace of the clouds is located. I just don't know what's there that could make the devil god pay so much attention to it. Huolei Laozu added, similarly unable to conceal the surprise in his eyes. He had only heard a little about the dark palace of the clouds because he had lived for a long time. As for the specific situation, he knew nothing about it. I don't see the devil god's figure. He should have gone up by now. Du Xiaoyao suddenly looked at the end of the void corridor and said, "Perhaps he has already entered the dark palace of the clouds," Du Xiaofu said with a solemn tone. The end of the steps was completely enveloped by strong light, making it impossible to see the scene at the top. The devil god had either left their line of sight, or he had already entered the dark palace of the clouds. Let's go quickly. Regardless of whether we can stop the devil god from recovering, we must at least give him some trouble. We can't let him get the recovery item so easily. Huolei Laozu said. After saying that, he leaped up and rushed to the first step. I can tell at a glance that this void corridor is extraordinary. I don't think it's that easy to climb up. Let's slow down a little. We must be careful. Du Xiaofu reminded them and followed closely behind Huolei Laozu. No matter how strange it is, it won't be a problem for me, Du Xiaoyao said proudly. Then, without further delay, she rushed up at the same time. However, just as the three of them stepped onto the first step, they suddenly felt a strange force crushing down on their primordial spirits. Even if they used their celestial qi to resist, they could not eliminate it. The only thing they could do was to use the strength of their primordial spirits to resist it. The three of them looked at each other and knew that the other party was also under the same pressure. What a strong pressure, but it's very weak. I can easily withstand it, Du Xiaoyao said softly and looked at Du Xiaofu and Huolei Laozu. The two of them nodded in agreement. They realized that although the crushing force was pervasive, it was too weak compared to the strength of the three of them. Even if they did not use their strength to resist it, it would not cause any harm to them. This situation made the three of them heave a sigh of relief. Continue. Du Xiaofu spoke and once again leaped up, stepping onto the second step. Just as his foot landed on the ground, his expression abruptly changed. Behind him, Huolei Laozu and Du Xiaoyao followed closely behind. The pressure has increased. Huolei Laozu stared into the distance and said solemnly, "Let me try again." Du Xiaoyao crossed the distance and quickly rushed to the third step. Then, a serious look appeared on his handsome face. "It's really like that." Du Xiaofu and Huolei Laozu followed closely behind. After looking at each other for a while, they had the same thought in their mind. Ever since we stepped onto the first step, there has been a pressure on our primordial spirit. On the second and third steps, the pressure has increased. According to this, as we move forward, the pressure we have to endure will increase. Huolei Laozu said in a low voice. Chapter 2607. That's right. There was no end to this void corridor, and it was unknown how many steps there were. In the beginning, this kind of pressure was insignificant to us, and we could easily withstand it. If we reach the end, the pressure will become incomparably great. I don't know if we will be able to reach the end, Du Xiaofu said as he looked into the distance. There was no sign of the demon god there. Needless to say, he must have gone far away by now. The three of them had just stepped into this place. The higher they went, the greater the pressure they would feel. If that was the case, it would be extremely difficult to catch up with the Godfiend. Look behind us, the great demonic emperor and the others have also entered. Suddenly, Du Xiaoyao turned around and said. In fact, there was no need for his reminder. Du Xiaofu and Huolei Laozu's primordial spirit power had also sensed the fluctuations on the other side. When he turned around, he saw the first demon monarch, the second demon monarch, and the other 5 demon monarchs coming out of the spatial gate. Du Xiaofu, let's fight again if you dare. The 6 demon monarchs shouted the moment they arrived. You want to stop us with just the 6 of you? Before Du Xiaofu could reply, Du Xiaoyao spoke up in disdain. The devil religion has suffered a great loss this time. Over 1,000 of you stopped us outside the spatial portal, but you didn't expect to lose so many Saint Realm experts. You must be unwilling to accept this, right? Huolei Laozu also said with a smile. When he thought of Du Xiaofu's attack outside, he felt an indescribable joy in his heart. Boss, I think we should deal with the 6 demon emperors first before we look for the demon god. Du Xiaoyao's eyes were filled with murderous intent as she stared at the 6 demon emperors. As soon as these words were spoken, the 6 demon emperors, including the great demon emperor, stopped in their tracks and didn't dare to move forward. The fluctuations of demon qi around their bodies were clearly fearful. Outside, there were so many demonic sect experts, but none of them were able to stop the 3 of them. Just Du Xiaofu alone could fight 9 demon emperors without being at a disadvantage. At this moment, there were only 6 of them here. They had no chance of winning against Du Xiaofu and the other 2. If they were to fight them, it was very likely that all of them would die here. No. Finding the demon god is more important. We will have a chance to deal with the 9 demon emperors in the future, Du Xiaofu said after weighing the pros and cons in his heart. If they attacked the demon emperors Lucas and the emperor, they could kill the 6 demon monarchs Yang and the demon monarch. Moreover, the demon emperors is Laozus if Laozus wasas, theis Laoji, s's tus lu in this way do demon gods his, is to is. At that time, the god fiend would have a greater chance of obtaining the item of recovery. The living beings the S of demon living A to let's go. With a wave of his sleeve, Du Xiaofu turned around with Du Xiaoyao and Master Huolei. They quickly made their way up the corridor. This void corridor is strange. We can only step on 1 step at a time. We can't directly cross a step, Du Xiaofu said to Huolei and Du Xiaoyao. As they moved forward, they realized that every step they took had to be on the next step. They couldn't directly cross through the air. Otherwise, they would be obstructed by an invisible force, which would prevent them from moving forward. Then let's step up 1 step at a time, Huolei Laozu said. This time, they didn't explore slowly. Instead, they moved forward at their fastest speed. They were like 3 streaks of lightning, leaving behind afterimages. Even if every step they took had to be on the ground, their speed was still extremely fast for them. The trio's feet were like fiery wheels as they continuously stood on top of the stairs. Behind them, the 6 demon emperors also moved. They followed Du Xiaofu and the others at a distance. Just as Du Xiaofu and the others had sensed earlier, the higher they went, the greater the pressure on their primordial spirits. In the beginning, this pressure might be very insignificant compared to their cultivations. However, after an unknown period of time, even Du Xiaoyao and Huolei had to treat it seriously. We've only walked for a short distance, but this pressure is already affecting my strength. As they rushed forward, Du Xiaoyao's voice rang out in the void corridor, reaching Du Xiaofu and Huolei Laozu's ears. That's true. Although it's only affecting our strength by a little less than 10%, if we continue forward, it'll affect us by 10%, 20%, or even more. Huolei Laozu said, frowning. If it affects us too much, it'll be even more disadvantageous for us when we face the demon god in the end. Du Xiaofu also said, but he didn't stop. He continued to step on the step. There's no time to think so much. Let's find the demon god first. After saying that, Du Xiaofu couldn't help but turn around and look behind him. He saw that the 6 demon emperors were still following closely behind him, maintaining a certain distance. Obviously, they didn't want to let Du Xiaofu reach the void corridor safely. At the same time, they were worried about his strength, so they just stayed behind, waiting for an opportunity to attack. You're haunting us! Du Xiaoyao muttered a curse and raised her eyebrows. Don't worry about them. Let's go. Du Xiaofu said, and he couldn't help but speed up. Du Xiaoyao and Huolei Laozu didn't want to be left behind, and they followed him. "Boss, let's have a competition to see who can reach the end of the void corridor faster," Du Xiaoyao suddenly said, his eyes shining with golden light. "How?" Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows and asked. "If you lose, you'll have to give me back the position of boss," Du Xiaoyao said with a solemn and serious expression. "Ho ho, don't even think about the position of boss. You'll be the eternal number 2, ha ha ha." Du Xiaofu couldn't help bursting into laughter as he said that. This guy had been calling him boss nonstop recently. It turned out that he was still unconvinced and wanted to take back the position of boss. With regards to this matter, how could Du Xiaofu let him have his way? A light flashed on the soles of his feet, and the power of thunder and lightning appeared. His speed suddenly increased, and he left Du Xiaoyao behind in the blink of an eye. "Bah, I'm not convinced. Du Xiaofu, who are you calling the eternal number 2? Du Xiaoyao was furious. Golden light burst out from his body, and he flew up to catch up. The two of them were extremely fast, and soon only 2 shadows were left behind. "It's so good to be young. I also want to be young again," Huolei Laozu said with a chuckle. Under the disturbance of the 2 young people, he couldn't help but feel happy. The huge pressure brought about by the demon god, which had shrouded his heart, also dissipated a little. The great tribulation has arrived. I don't know if I can survive it this time. In that case, let me be young again. Ha 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 ha. Wait for me. Huolei Laozu suddenly burst into laughter. Then, the power of thunder and lightning and the power of fire intertwined, and his speed increased sharply. He rushed in the direction of Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao, and quickly disappeared into the distance. Seeing this, the 6 demon emperors behind looked at each other in dismay. What's going on? The 6 demon emperors were dumbfounded. They were baffled by the actions of those 3. "Let's go." The great demon emperor didn't say anything more. He just ordered the others in a gloomy voice. Under his urging, the 2nd demon emperor, the 3rd demon emperor, the 4th demon emperor, the 5th demon emperor, and the 6th demon emperor didn't say anything more. They each increased their speed to the maximum and rushed forward. The pressure is getting greater and greater. After a long time, Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoyao, and Huolei Laozu had gone a long way. The 3 of them turned around and looked behind them, only to see that the stairs at the bottom had already disappeared from their sight. However, the 6 demon emperors still followed them. In this position, the 3 of them all felt the pressure on their primordial spirits was extremely great. Even with the strength of Du Xiaoyao and Huolei Laozu, they felt a great impact. With such pressure, I'm afraid that if someone below the Saint Realm came here, his divine soul would be directly crushed, Huolei Laozu said as he felt the all-pervasive pressure on his primordial spirit. That's right. It's very difficult for an ordinary Saint Realm expert to withstand this pressure. If you want to continue moving forward, I'm afraid you'll need a great deal of willpower. Moreover, you'll have to rely on your powerful physical strength to continue moving forward, Du Xiaofu said. Even with his current cultivation, he felt that his strength was affected to a certain extent. If it were an ordinary person who had just entered the Saint Realm, it would be considered good if he could exert 10% of his strength here. When is the end of this void corridor? Du Xiaoyao said gloomily as she raised her head and looked ahead. There, a flight of steps was suspended in the air, and the end couldn't be seen. However, at the extreme point, a dazzling light shrouded the scene ahead like clouds and fog. No one knew what kind of existence it was. This kind of situation made people feel extremely tired. It was like climbing a mountain. One had already reached the point of exhaustion, but still couldn't see the scenery at the top of the mountain. It's getting closer and closer, Huolei Laozu said softly. Ignoring Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao, he took the lead and stepped onto the next step. Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao didn't say anything else and stepped out respectively. As they continued to move forward, the steps passed under their feet. Time passed slowly. The three of them realized that they were not too far away from the cloud-like place. Surrounded by clouds and fog, could that be the dark tower in the clouds? Du Xiaofu guessed secretly. Not only him, but Huolei Laozu and Du Xiaoyao also had the same guess. Du Xiaofu, let's continue competing. Du Xiaoyao suddenly gave him a provocative look. You're always number 2. Du Xiaofu stared at Du Xiaoyao and said with a chuckle, Scram! Whoever enters the cloud-like place first will be number 1. Du Xiaoyao said angrily. You're always number 2. Du Xiaofu said calmly. I'll definitely take back the number 1 position today. Du Xiaoyao shouted, her eyes fierce. You're always number 2. Du Xiaofu said. Chapter 2608. Damn it! Can you not mention that? Du Xiaofu kept calling him number 2, which made Du Xiaoyao really anxious. She couldn't help but curse. Sure, then I'll change it. Du Xiaofu's expression was incomparably calm as he continued, You will always be my number 2. Fuck. Du Xiaoyao was about to go berserk, and no longer continued to bicker with Du Xiaofu. Instead, with a dark face, he lowered his head and walked forward. Du Xiaofu smiled and didn't say anything. Time continued to pass, making it hard for them to remember how much time had passed and how many steps they had walked. Although the long void corridor was dazzling and beautiful, and the scene was shocking, no matter how much one yearned for it, if it was just a monotonous color and seemed to be very difficult to see the end, it would make one feel bored and tired. Fortunately, Du Xiaofu and the other 2 continued to move forward, and they were nearing the location of the clouds they saw below. This place was completely shrouded in mist. Under the reflection of the light emitted from the steps, it was suffused with a hazy radiance and was incomparably magnificent. I wonder if the celestial palace in the clouds is behind these clouds. Du Xiaoyao stopped and stood on the steps as she said softly. Beneath their feet, the void corridor was still extending all the way into the clouds. They couldn't see the specific situation inside. Maybe it's not that simple. I have a feeling that something unusual is going to happen later. Huolei Laozu landed beside Du Xiaofu and frowned. The pressure here is already extremely strong. If we enter the clouds again, we don't know what will happen. Let's be careful. Du Xiaofu warned Huolei Laozu and Du Xiaoyao. He instinctively felt an unusual aura. In the place where they were, the omnipresent pressure in the void was incomparably terrifying. Even with the strength of Du Xiaoyao and Huolei Laozu, they could feel their spirits trembling. Fortunately, the 3 of them had profound cultivation. If an ordinary initial stage Sage Realm cultivator had stepped onto the void corridor, they wouldn't have reached this place at all. Under such pressure, they would have been scared out of their wits and even their souls would have been scattered. Needless to say, after entering the clouds, there would definitely be unexpected things that would happen. We still haven't seen the demon god. Du Xiaoyao looked ahead and said softly. The 6 demon emperors are following us. Fire Thunder Ancestor looked down the stairs. When he saw the 6 demon emperors, he asked. That's not slow. Du Xiaofu said expressionlessly. He wasn't too surprised by this. The 9 demon emperors were not weak. Even the weakest one had a strength that was infinitely close to the accomplished stage of the Sage Realm. Moreover, his strength had been damaged. Needless to say, the 6 demon emperors were following behind him. The pressure in the void corridor might affect them, but it wouldn't cause them too much trouble. Don't care about them. Let's go. Du Xiaofu Laozu said. Step by step, he rushed up and crashed into the clouds. Huolei Laozu and Du Xiaoyao also moved at the same time. Their figures disappeared in the vast clouds one after another. However, the moment they entered the void corridor, they encountered a situation that caught them unprepared. Big brother, where are you? After entering, Du Xiaoyao Laozu tried to open her eyes wide and scan the surroundings. However, all she saw was a misty white scene. Du Xiaofu and Huolei Laozu were nowhere to be seen. Her vision could only cover a distance of 3 meters at most. The stairs under her feet had also disappeared. Only the flat ground was left. It was as if she had suddenly entered another world. Even the red-bone horse-monkey's powerful primordial spirit was blocked by the clouds and was confined to this small area. After Du Xiaoyao Laozu shouted, she did not hear any response from Du Xiaofu and Huolei Laozu for a long time. She finally realized that she had entered a strange place and was separated from Du Xiaofu and Huolei Laozu. What was even more strange was that even if she retreated, she could not walk out of the clouds and return to the stairs outside. It seemed that she could only rely on herself if she wanted to leave this place. My cultivation is being suppressed. Just as Du Xiaoyao was about to find a way out, she was shocked to find that her strength had been suppressed and reduced by half. Moreover, the powerful pressure that was suppressing his soul had yet to disperse, causing him to feel extremely pressured. What a strange place, but it's not enough to trap me. Du Xiaoyao's eyes focused and shot out 2 beams of golden light. His body also shone with light. Roar, after letting out a roar that shook the heavens and earth, his human form changed and transformed into a red-bone horse-monkey. A vast golden light shot out, illuminating the surrounding clouds and mist with a golden hue. After returning to his original form, it was much easier for him to resist the pervasive pressure. The gigantic body of the red-bone horse-monkey took a step forward. As it stepped on the ground, it emitted a loud rumble. After a few steps, it disappeared into the clouds that covered the sky. The same thing happened to Du Xiaofu and Huolei Laozu. When they stepped into the clouds and mist, the other 2 disappeared as well. My strength has been suppressed by half. Du Xiaofu's body did not emit the slightest fluctuation of aura, but he was able to resist the pressure in this place. He was originally at the half-step heavenly saint realm. After his strength was suppressed, he still had the cultivation of the peak of the consummate saint realm. Moreover, he was not an ordinary peak of the consummate saint realm. With the support of the law brand in his soul, even if the pressure was twice as strong, it would not affect him. I can't tell the direction. I can only rely on my instincts to move forward. He tried to fly up into the sky, but he could not escape from the sea of mist. It was better to walk on the ground. I wonder how the ancestor and little Yao are doing. Du Xiaofu was a little worried about Du Xiaoyao and Huolei Laozu. The 6 great demon emperors of the devil religion must have entered this place by now. If they encountered experts like the great demon emperor or the second demon emperor when their cultivation was under pressure, they would be in big trouble. Moreover, the demon god had also entered this place. If they encountered the demon god, the consequences would be unimaginable. I hope they don't encounter each other. Du Xiaofu muttered to himself. He did not know whether they would have the opportunity to meet each other in this space. He hoped that he could encounter the several demon emperors. Even if he encountered the demon god, he had some methods to deal with him. With some worry in his heart, Du Xiaofu soared into the sky. He randomly chose a direction, and his figure rushed out. As Du Xiaofu continued to move forward, he passed through the clouds and mist. This space gave him the feeling of a sea of mist. He could not see anything clearly, and he had not encountered anything strange. It was extremely monotonous and strange. This situation lasted for a long time, so long that Du Xiaofu himself could not remember exactly how long it had taken. At some point in time, Du Xiaofu, who was running at a high speed, suddenly froze on the spot. Someone is here. Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes. The power of his primordial spirit found that there was a movement of a living creature, which had just brushed past him. However, due to the obstruction of the sea of mist, he could not see who it was at all. Without much hesitation, Du Xiaofu turned around and quickly walked in that direction. When Du Xiaofu was 3 meters away from that person, the other party stood there motionlessly, as if he had already noticed his arrival and was waiting for him here. Du Xiaofu, I didn't expect you to come so soon. A loud voice slowly sounded. He seemed to be very calm, as if he had already noticed Du Xiaofu's existence. When this voice fell, that person's figure also appeared in Du Xiaofu's line of sight. It was an extremely tall figure. Just by standing there, it gave people the feeling of a mountain standing still and a pavilion in the abyss. It was so powerful that it could hold up the sky. At the same time, a powerful aura was emitted from his body. Even in this suppressed area, it was difficult to stop his aura from spreading. His body clearly did not actively emit a powerful fluctuation, but it made people know how powerful he was at a glance. That mountain-like body caused one's heart to tremble at the sight of it. Demon God. After Du Xiaofu's expression changed, it suddenly became solemn. He had long been mentally prepared that he might meet the demon god or the 6 great demon emperors here. However, he also knew that the probability of this was very small. It could be said that it was an extremely slim possibility. At this moment, this idea really happened. At the same time, it made him solemn and serious. After a buzzing sound, the purple-gold heavenly tower appeared in Du Xiaofu's hand. A vast aura rose from his body, and purple-gold lightning lingered around him. The cyan spirit armor was also summoned immediately, covering his body. Looking at the demon god, Du Xiaofu's eyes were filled with deep hostility. He displayed his powerful means one by one, facing the demon god seriously. Although he also noticed that the god-fiend had yet to recover, he did not dare to let his guard down. "You're not slow. You caught up with me so quickly," the demon god spoke. His mountain-like body moved horizontally, and he turned his head to look at Du Xiaofu. When he spoke, his voice rumbled out like thunder in spring. It carried a fierce majesty, and it shook the fog sea violently. "What's there to talk about between us? Let's fight!" Du Xiaofu suddenly shouted, and his face became ferocious. For him, he would definitely fight to the death with the demon god. There was no room for negotiation. The purple-gold heavenly tower in his hand rose into the air. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a sword light that penetrated the heavens and the earth, and slashed at the demon god. Roar the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise rushed out in an instant. They occupied the void and let out terrifying roars. The majesty of the strongest creatures pervaded the air, invading every inch of space. Streaks of lightning flowed on the broadsword, making crackling sounds. Chapter 2609. A tyrannical pressure spread out and engulfed the demon god's body. 4 illusory beasts rushed out one after another. They seemed to have come from the primordial era, carrying with them a terrifying power that could shatter the 9 heavens. "Your great name can be said to reverberate like thunder in my ears. You've already reached the cultivation of a half-step heavenly saint at such a young age. As expected of the person chosen by Lu Xiaoyu, you're indeed extraordinary." Faced with Du Xiaofu's thunderous sword, the demon god said indifferently, "Furthermore, I can sense a familiar aura from your body. You must be the descendant of the heavenly Tao from the primordial era. If that's the case, even if we disregard other reasons, the enmity between us is equally deep." As the demon god spoke, he raised a huge palm. It looked like it was reaching out slowly, but in reality, it was extremely fast. In an instant, it reached for the sky and grabbed Du Xiaofu's vast sword light. This palm was like a part of the world. It reached into the fog and stirred up the sea of fog violently. "Although your strength is not bad, it's far from enough in front of me. With your strength, you can't stop the rise of the devil religion. Even if Lu Xiaoyu and Long Xian come again, without the help of the heavenly Tao, they can't do anything to me. This world will eventually become a devil's domain." His voice was so loud that it sounded like a thunderclap, exploding in the void. At the same time, the demon god's palm also grabbed Du Xiaofu's sword light. "Qi!" A sound like hot iron being splashed with cold water rang out. Du Xiaofu's sword light was immediately caught in the demon god's hand. Under the infusion of vast and unparalleled power, the demon god's palm suddenly clenched. Bang! A huge explosion resounded, and the incomparably terrifying sword light was directly crushed in the void. The shattered energy whistled and danced, wreaking havoc between heaven and earth. It blew away the surrounding fog for dozens of miles, revealing a pitch-black land that was completely lifeless. The densely packed talisman markings were like tiny mosquitoes, dancing in the mist, dense and dazzling. Swish in the void, the four phantoms of the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise dissipated in an instant. Du Xiaofu's figure was sent flying dozens of miles away, to the edge of the fog. The profound qi in his body circulated rapidly before he stabilized his body and stopped in the air. What powerful strength! Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes, feeling a deep sense of dread towards the strength of the demon god. Against the fiend celestial, it could be said that he had gone all out with that strike. He did not hold back at all. Although his cultivation had been suppressed and he could only unleash half of his strength, the god-fiend had still easily neutralized such an attack. It was clear how ferocious it was. It should be noted that in this area, the cultivation of the demon gods would definitely be suppressed. If Du Xiaofu's guess was correct, the demon god had also lost half of his strength. One could imagine that if they were in the outside world, he would be greatly shaken by this strike. And this was still under the condition that the demon god had not fully recovered. Furthermore, it could be seen that the demon god had not used his full strength in the strike just now. Du Xiaofu could not help but feel the pressure in his heart. The demon god was indeed more terrifying than he had imagined. His strength is indeed extraordinary. The demon god withdrew his palm, and the terrifying fluctuations gradually subsided. The surrounding fog that had retreated also slowly retreated. Even if we were in the outside world, I would not be afraid of you. And in this area where I am suppressed, all the more I will not cower. Let me have a good look at how terrifying the demon god's strength is. Du Xiaofu said with a frown, and his tone was extremely fearless. His figure once again soared into the sky, and along with the shrinking fog, he pounced towards the demon god's direction. In his heart, although he was fearful of the demon god, Du Xiaofu also knew that the demon god was also suppressed here, and his strength had not fully recovered. It could be said that he had been weakened twice. In this way, the difference in strength between them had actually shrunk by quite a bit. Speaking of which, even if his strength was suppressed by the demon god and his life was in danger, Du Xiaofu still had the means to protect his life, and he could fight the demon god head-on. It was also because of this that he dared to go against the demon god and fight him. Du Xiaofu had his own thoughts and plans. He wanted to use this opportunity to test the demon god's true strength. If he did not have any strength to fight back before the demon god had fully recovered, then the situation he would face in the future would be even worse. I said before, I am not afraid of Lu Xiaoyu and Long Xian, let alone you. The demon god said loudly, and his demonic body moved, and his voice shook the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Void 8 trigrams rise. Du Xiaofu leaped into the sky, and the purple-gold heavenly tower hung upside down above his head. His 10 fingers kept flipping, and obscure hand seals were formed one after another. Then, bright rays of light flew out from his rapidly revolving fingers. Swoosh, in the void, a tyrannical pressure suddenly rose, and it increased on top of the original pressure, becoming even more terrifying. Above Du Xiaofu's head, a huge void 8 trigrams pattern appeared, and it kept spinning. At the same time, mountains, rivers, and lakes appeared under his feet. It was so real, and it made him look like a god who had descended into the mortal world. Thunder martial vein, open! Du Xiaofu shouted again, his purple robes fluttering, and his black hair dancing wildly. As he shouted, the surface of his body lit up with bright lightning, like veins and and wound around his sturdy body. The lightning was like a bloodline pattern, and it was engraved on his body, as if it was covering a net. Chi-la-la under Du Xiaofu's control, the lightning net suddenly flew up. As soon as it flew out, it expanded against the wind, and directly rushed towards the 8 trigrams pattern above Du Xiaofu's head. During this process, the lightning net continued to expand, becoming incomparably thick, and merged with the 8 trigrams in the void. In the next moment, the pressure emitted from the void increased by 30%. The void 8 trigrams, the giant lightning net, the mountains, rivers, and lakes, the 3 of them complemented each other, releasing the aura of gods and demons. Boom! A huge bolt of lightning that was countless miles thick suddenly blasted down, rushed out from the 8 trigrams in the void, and struck the mountains, rivers, and lakes under Du Xiaofu's feet. Qi, the heavenly thunder, triggered the earth fire, and a terrifying thunder fire appeared under Du Xiaofu's feet. It burned above the mountains, rivers, and lakes and bloomed with monstrous flames. The aura on Du Xiaofu's body rose rapidly, and he swore to fight the demon god to the end. You have some skills, but compared to what Lu Xiaoyu used, you are still far from it. The moment Du Xiaofu used this move, the demon god saw that this was the method that Lu Xiaoyu left in this world, and it was obtained by the purple-robed young man in front of him. However, his tone was extremely disdainful of Du Xiaofu, as if such a method was not worthy of his attention at all. This was because his real enemies were existences like the Lord of the 3,000 Great Worlds and the Dragon God. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was still far, far away from that kind of realm. My devil religion will eventually control this world. When that time comes, even if Lu Xiaoyu and Long Xian come again, they can only bow down in front of me. In order to achieve all this, all obstacles must be eliminated. You are now the strongest person in this world, so let's start with you. As the demon god spoke, he moved. This time, he didn't extend his palm out in an ordinary manner like before. Chi-chi-chi, with a series of chi-chi sounds, clouds of demonic chi were released from the mountain-like body. It was like a raging tide in a raging sea, surging and mighty. When such demonic chi appeared, a terrifying bloody and fiendish aura immediately filled the air. When the surrounding fog came into contact with the demonic chi, it kept making sizzling sounds and was quickly corroded. The space was occupied by the demonic chi. Ao ao woo woo, the bloody and fiendish aura fluctuated, and the demonic chi transformed. Around the demon god's body, mountains of corpses appeared, seas of blood surged, demons were slaughtering, living beings were crying, and remnant souls were howling. The heavens and earth were crying blood and mourning. Under such a scene, just the fluctuations that the demon god unintentionally emitted into the void caused the sky to shatter and the earth to crack. At this moment, the figure of the demon god, just by looking at it, gave people a terrifying feeling for no reason, causing their hearts to palpitate and tremble for no reason. As he gently twisted his body, the void rumbled as if the heavens and earth were about to shatter. Heavenly thunder, absolute destruction, kill! Du Xiaofu shouted loudly. As his hand seals changed, a huge thunderbolt suddenly struck out from the 8 trigrams in the void. It was even larger than the body of the demon god. It was like a thick beam of light that slammed down from the 9 heavens. Its momentum was fierce, and it destroyed everything in its path. Boom! The thunderbolt struck down and fiercely bombarded the demonic chi outside the demon god's body. The terrifying vibration did not stop for a long time, causing people's eardrums to be dizzy. It did not stop for a long time. Under this blow, a huge gap was blasted open in the surging demonic chi like a tide. The mountain of corpses collapsed, the sea of blood exploded, and resentful spirits and remnant souls flew everywhere. Ao, the cries of the ghosts spread in this area. It was miserable and sharp, and it wanted to penetrate people's souls. It was as if countless ants and insects were gnawing in the mind. These resentful spirits burst open in the void, exploding into clouds of demonic chi, and then returned to the demon god's body. The demon god's body took 3 steps back. Every time the huge soles of his feet landed, a bottomless pit was created in the ground. The demonic flames ignited the soil and burned it to ashes. Chapter 26-22. With a wave of Du Xiaofu's hand, the laws of thunder and lightning surged out. In the air, bolts of lightning as thick as mountains fell down from the highest heavens. They were like rivers that hung down from the heavens, like a curtain of lightning that flooded the entire space. Below the thunderbolts, the 3 demon emperors sat on the ground, paralyzed. The demon god power in his body had been exhausted, and he had lost more than half of his original strength. His demonic body was riddled with scars. His flesh was scorched and withered, crisscrossing and twisting. He raised his head to look at the sky and watched the boundless thunderbolts descend. His demonic eyes dimmed and were filled with endless despair. "My life is over," the 3 demon emperor murmured. He could not hide the shock in his eyes. Du Xiaofu's strength was too terrifying. Only a few years had passed, and the purple-robed young man had grown to such a level. It was almost unbeknownst to him. Even though the 3 demon emperors had been strengthened by the demon god's dawn stone, their cultivation had been greatly enhanced, and their strength was infinitely close to that of a half-step heavenly saint. At this moment, a sense of disappointment rose in the 3 demon emperors' hearts. "If I had known that Du Xiaofu would become a great enemy of our devil religion, I would have killed you in the cradle, no matter what price I had to pay." The 3 demon emperors couldn't help but sigh with emotion. They hated the fact that the 9 demon emperors had underestimated this human. Unfortunately, time waited for no man. It was meaningless to think about this now. Now, it seemed that there was no other way out except for waiting for death. Everything was confined by the terrifying pressure. It was difficult for him to escape with his primordial spirit. The 3 demon emperors sighed in their hearts. Their minds were racing. In the blink of an eye, an idea flashed across their minds. Subsequently, a resolute glint suddenly flashed in his somewhat dim eyes. There was a resolute look in his eyes, as though he had made some kind of decision. Boom! 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 The thunderbolts in the sky roared crazily and reached the top of the 3 demon emperors' heads in an instant. The ferocious and overbearing aura assaulted Qin Shi's face like a sharp blade, and it shook space to the point of shattering. At this moment, the 3 demon emperors, who had been sitting on the ground, suddenly stood up. "Du Xiaofu, if you want me to die, you have to pay a sufficient price." The 3 demon emperors opened his arms and roared to the sky as if he was welcoming the violent thunderbolts. During this process, his body suddenly swelled up, and a blood-red color filled his entire eyes. Boundless ferocious aura was emitted, and it surged out. Along with his movements, a terrifying aura chi editor, Chua Xiao, the demon god chi editor, Chua Su, the demon chi editor, demons. "You want to self-explode?" Du Xiaofu's eyes wide. Was the chi Du was chi of? He could feel that the self-detonation of the 3 demon emperors was not ordinary. They must have activated some kind of secret technique to greatly increase their power. They wanted to counterattack before their deaths. Otherwise, with his cultivation, Du Xiaofu would not have sensed the dangerous chi editor, Chua Su. "Retreat!" In the distance, Fire Thunder Ancestor shouted. Then, without thinking, he reminded Du Xiaoyao, Ouyang Shuang, Hun Ji, and Lu Limo to stay away. Then, he quickly retreated and hid far away. In fact, there was no need for him to remind them. The 4 of them had also sensed the terrible threat. They immediately retreated and entered the fog in the distance. "I know I can't kill you, but I won't let you have an easy time. One day, Lord Godfiend will definitely avenge me. This world will eventually belong to the demon sect. Everyone will die, and no one will be able to stop Lord Demon God's footsteps." The 3 demon emperors shouted. Just as the thunderbolts were about to hit him, his body exploded with a bang. Loud rumbles echoed out unceasingly. Under the effect of the secret technique, the self-detonation of the three demon emperors was incomparably terrifying. The power of their bodies and primordial spirits was vast and mighty, and they rampaged amidst the endless demonic energy. The berserk energy impacted the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In the air, large swathes of lightning shattered, directly smashed into pieces by the impact. The dissipated energy transformed into talisman runes that covered the sky and earth, sweeping through everything in their path. The surrounding fog was dispelled and retreated thousands of miles away, revealing a large empty area. Demonic chi and lightning continued to shatter and annihilate each other, colliding with each other. The atmosphere was steaming like boiling water. A series of whistling sounds rang out, some sharp, some resounding, some grand. The energy that filled the sky danced violently. Only after a long time did it calm down and gradually dissipate. That doomsday-like rumbling and sharp whistling sound finally disappeared. Only on the ground there was a huge pit of unknown depth. That was the last trace left behind by the great battle. When all the violent scenes slowly receded, the surrounding fog also slowly gathered, and soon the original battlefield was filled up. However, the 3 demon emperors had thought too much before they died. Originally, he had wanted to use the self-detonation to severely injure Du Xiaofu. However, he had not expected that Du Xiaofu had already used the Fuyao style and gone to the place where the explosion had occurred. No matter how terrifying the self-detonation was, it did not cause any damage to the purple-robed young man. Whoosh, under the cover of the dense fog, there were several figures flashing and passing through. These people came to the side of the big pit and were silent for a while. Finally, he is dead? Du Xiaoyao said after letting out a sigh. Due to the existence of the fog, he could only see a little of the scene in front of him. However, he knew in his heart that under Du Xiaofu's powerful means, the 3 demon emperors should not have survived. It should be true, Du Xiaofu replied, but there was a trace of uncertainty in his tone. This was because the 9 demon emperors, who had been killed in Snow Spirit Mountain earlier, were still alive and kicking. Needless to say, it must have been the means of the demonic god to bring them back to life. However, he did not know if the 3 demon emperors had succeeded in their self-detonation, which would truly destroy their bodies and souls. He did not know if such means would still work. We don't have time to think about that. Killing the 3 demon emperors can be considered as cutting off a great help for the demonic god. However, our real enemy is still the demonic god. Huolei Laozu, who was standing at the side, added, "Ancestor is right. As long as the demonic god is not dead, even if we kill all the 9 demon emperors, we will not be able to shake the foundation of the devil religion." Du Xiaofu said, with a trace of worry between his eyebrows. As long as the demonic god was not destroyed in this world, it was impossible to kill him. The only thing that could be done was to suppress him, just like what the ancestors of the primordial age had done. However, in this world now, no one had the strength to do so. Even if the lords of the 3,000 worlds and the dragon god were here, they would not be able to do anything to the demonic god. Unless, Du Xiaofu thought to himself, unless someone could surpass the sage stage and reach the same realm as the ancestors, they could integrate with the heavenly way and use the power of the heavenly way to mobilize the invisible rules of this world and suppress the demonic god again. In this world, the person who had the highest chance of reaching that realm again was only him. After stepping into the half-step heavenly sage stage, his cultivation had far surpassed everyone else's. However, even if the opportunity to integrate with the heavenly way was placed in front of Du Xiaofu now, he would still feel repulsed and hesitant. This was because he knew that the heavenly way was selfless, but it was even more heartless. Once he integrated with the heavenly way and suppressed the demonic god, the final outcome would not be any different from the ancestors of the primordial age. In the end, he would not be able to escape the fate of being obliterated by the invisible rules. Even if he could not die, Du Xiaofu would not be able to sit on that supreme position and let go of his loved ones and loved ones. I'm thinking too much. If I can't suppress the demonic god, then no one will be able to survive. What's the point of talking about loved ones and loved ones? Du Xiaofu took a light breath and sighed. His mind slowly became firm. Turning around, his gaze swept past Huolei Laozu, Du Xiaoyao, Ouyang Shuang, Hun Ji, and Lu Limo. In his mind, figures appeared one after another. Father, mother, sister, little tiger, little Qing, Sima Muhan, Dongli Qingqing, Qi Yi Shi, Elder Yi, Murong Yuruo, little Xingxing, Du Xiaoba, little Qilin, and so on. Du Xiaofu's gaze slowly became sharp and resolute. From this moment on, he knew that if there came a day when he had to walk the path of integrating with the heavenly way, he would not hesitate at all. If he could use his life to suppress the demonic god in exchange for the safety of his loved ones, then everything would be worth it. Let's go. Shaking his head and dispelling the chaotic thoughts in his mind, Du Xiaofu said to the few people around him. Then, without further delay, he turned around and left. Looking at the purple-robed figure leaving, Huolei Laozu, Du Xiaoyao, Ouyang Shuang, Hun Ji, and Lu Limo looked at each other. They seemed to see some loneliness and determination in the purple-robed figure's body. And this kind of emotion seemed to have never appeared in the young man. The burden on his shoulders is too heavy. Huolei Laozu sighed as if he had seen through Du Xiaofu's current state of mind. Hearing Huolei Laozu's words, the remaining four nodded in agreement. Desolation was due to his own helplessness, determination because of the people he wanted to protect, and the determination to press forward courageously. Wait for us, Ouyang Shuang cried out. Her exquisite figure spread out and quickly caught up with the purple-robed young man's pace, walking side by side with him. Boss, slow down, Du Xiaoyao also shouted. With a flash of golden light under her feet, she went to Du Xiaofu's other side and walked side by side with him. Let's go, Huolei Laozu called out. Together with Hun Ji and Lu Limo, they flew to Du Xiaofu's two sides and walked forward silently. Seeing this scene, Du Xiaofu was stunned for a moment. Then, he could not help but reveal a light smile on his face. No matter what, there were countless people around him, just like the few beside him. They would stand shoulder to shoulder with him and fight to the end. This was enough. Chapter 26-23. Translator. H2DH2 Mr. This foggy world was vast and boundless. At this moment, there were probably more than 1,000 people lost within, unable to find their way out. At a certain place, there was also a boundless foggy world. There was an incomparably imposing figure here, releasing a dense demonic aura. Around him, there were countless mountains of corpses and seas of blood, as well as evil spirits and malicious ghosts. This figure was the demonic god. Beside him, the great demonic emperor, the 4 demonic emperors, and the 5 demonic emperors were all there. The 3rd demonic emperor is dead. Suddenly, the demonic god stopped in his tracks, turned his head, and said softly as he looked in a certain direction. What? The great demonic emperor, the 4 demonic emperors, and the 5 demonic emperors were all shocked as they looked at the demonic god in disbelief. He self-detonated and his demonic spirit was destroyed. He can't be revived. The demonic god explained. There was no strong fluctuation in his tone. Who is it? Who killed 3rd brother? The 4 demonic emperors clenched their fists tightly as killing intent flashed in their demonic eyes. To be able to force him to self-detonate, other than that brat Du Xiaofu, who else could it be? The great demonic emperor's gloomy and hoarse voice sounded. His petite body was surrounded by dense demonic aura, making it impossible to see his face clearly. He self-detonated and his demonic spirit was destroyed. 3rd brother can't be revived anymore. The 5 demonic emperors spoke, their hearts pained. If the demonic spirit was still around, with the means of the demonic god, third brother could still be revived like ninth brother. Du Xiaofu, one day I'll make sure you die a horrible death. The four demonic emperors smashed the void with a punch as he spoke harshly. After Du Xiaofu killed the third demonic emperor, the group of 6 continued on their journey, heading deeper into the foggy world. With the Cosmos sack from Tianwu Academy in his hand, Du Xiaofu could easily see through the foggy world and move forward freely under the effects of the divine spirit in it. Under Du Xiaofu's lead, Du Xiaoyao, Ouyang Shuang, and the others were no longer exhausted by the monotony of the world. We need to find the rest as soon as possible. Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered as he said softly. His body flashed, and his speed was incomparably fast. Very soon, he was already far away. At the same time, an invisible force was released from his body, pulling the remaining 5 people along with him to prevent them from getting lost. Boss, use the power of your primordial spirit to check, Du Xiaoyao said. With Du Xiaofu's powerful primordial spirit, it was much more convenient for him to investigate the situation here compared to using his eyes. No, the power of the primordial spirit is still unable to spread too far. I can only observe with my naked eyes, Du Xiaofu replied. He had already tested it a long time ago. Although he could see very far with the help of the soul, he was still able to see very far away. However, the power of the essence spirit was still extremely limited. It was trapped within a small area and could not be of any use. Therefore, in order to find the people from the desolate nation and the other forces, they could only rely on their own eyes. Hopefully, they would not encounter any demon gods or demon emperors before that. There's someone over there, Du Xiaofu thought to himself, but his eyes were constantly scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, he let out a soft cry of surprise. In his line of sight, he saw a figure walking unsteadily in the extreme distance. Who is it? Huolei Laozu asked. It's someone from the devil religion. Du Xiaofu's tone became gloomy with killing intent. He had a slight impression of this person from the devil religion. When he was outside the space portal, he was in the camp of the devil religion. He was a saint realm cultivator. However, Du Xiaofu did not expect that other than the 6 demon emperors, the rest of the people from the devil religion had also come in. Needless to say, the 7 demon emperors, the 8 demon emperors, the 9 demon emperors, Mokshao, Mo Lingzi, and the others must be here at this time. Since it's a piece of trash from the devil religion, let's kill him quickly. Du Xiaoyao's eyes emitted a fierce light as he said fiercely. Let's go. Du Xiaofu did not waste time talking nonsense. He immediately led the others and rushed in the direction of the person from the devil religion. Since they had encountered a saint realm cultivator from the devil religion here, there was no reason to let him go. As the backbone of the devil religion, killing one of them meant one less. Boss, tell me where that person from the devil religion is and how far away he is. I'll go and kill him. Du Xiaoyao asked again as they moved forward. He's right in front of us, just 100 miles away. Du Xiaofu replied. With their speed, they quickly approached that person. However, due to the obstruction of the fog, the other party did not realize that danger was approaching. I'll go first. Du Xiaoyao suddenly let out a soft shout, and then directly left Du Xiaofu's group of 5 behind and rushed forward. Apart from Du Xiaofu, Huolei Laozu, Hun Ji, Ouyang Shuang, and Lu Limo saw Du Xiaoyao's figure flash and disappear into the fog in front of them. This guy is so impatient, Hun Ji scolded with a smile. He's a damn monkey to begin with. Ouyang Shuang curled her lips. In front of them, the saint realm cultivator from the devil religion had bloodshot eyes. Under the terrifying pressure of this space, coupled with the omnipresent fog, he was mentally tortured. He had used up more than half of his strength, and his expression was depressed. It was obvious that they had been here for a long time. Lord Demon God, Lord Demon King, where are you? The person from the devil religion muttered to himself weakly. His voice was filled with exhaustion. He raised his head blankly and looked around, hoping to see some figures. However, to his disappointment, he could not see anything other than the fog around him. Just as he retracted his gaze and was about to continue wandering aimlessly, a voice suddenly rang in his ears. "Your Lord Demon King is waiting for you. He asked me to send you to him." Hearing this, the person from the devil religion felt as if he had heard the voice of nature. He suddenly raised his head and his eyes shone brightly. He instantly became energetic. At the same time, a feeling of escaping rose in his heart. It was as if a bright light had lit up in the darkness, guiding him forward. He looked behind him in surprise and saw a golden light appear in his line of sight. In the golden light, there was a palm that carried a terrifying force and brazenly pressed down on the top of his head. In the next moment, he saw the owner of the palm clearly. To everyone in the devil religion, the person in front of him was known by everyone. Du Xiaoyao. You're Du Xiaoyao. The person from the devil religion was suddenly shocked and could not help but shout in panic. The young man in front of him was none other than the brother of the demon king Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoyao, who had the body of a red-boned horse monkey. After being overjoyed in his heart, he was greatly shocked. This was an expert who could contend against the devil emperor. To think that he would actually encounter such an expert. As soon as Du Xiaoyao came up, he carried an extremely terrifying attack. The person from the devil religion felt his hair stand on end, and a chill ran down his spine. Without thinking, he quickly retreated, wanting to avoid the opponent's attack. At the same time, he held a large black saber in his hand. Billowing devil chi crazily rose from the saber's body, giving rise to dense smoke. The large saber shattered the void, and the devil chi raged violently, slashing down on Du Xiaoyao's large golden hand. Although he knew that he was no match for the opponent, he absolutely could not sit still and wait for death. "In front of me, there's no room for you to resist," Du Xiaoyao shouted in a low voice, and the speed of his attack increased by 30%. He did not dodge, but directly pressed down on the large saber. A monstrous force burst out and the void rumbled. After a loud clang, the large black saber, which was wrapped in devil chi, was instantly crushed by Du Xiaoyao's large golden hand. A saint artifact was instantly shattered into pieces in a single exchange. Then, Du Xiaoyao's palm did not slow down, and suddenly slammed on the head of the person from the devil religion. Under Du Xiaoyao's control, endless majestic force surged down and invaded the person's body, destroying his meridians and spirit watchtower instantly like a hot knife through butter. "Ah!" The person from the devil religion screamed miserably. The devil chi around him vibrated, and he tried to break free. However, his cultivation was only at the initial stage of the sage realm, and there was a big gap between him and the middle stage. How could he compete with Du Xiaoyao? He could only be crushed. His body was cracking and blood was gushing out. His 7 orifices exploded at the same time, and scarlet blood was flowing out of his mouth, nostrils, eyes, and ears. "Go and accompany your 3 demon emperors." Du Xiaoyao smiled coldly, and then the force in his palm increased by 20%, surging out violently. "Die!" Bang! The body of the person from the devil religion could no longer withstand Du Xiaoyao's force, and suddenly exploded into a cloud of blood mist, which seeped into the surrounding fog, and then faded away. Du Xiaoyao slowly withdrew his palm, looked at the person from the devil religion who had disappeared in front of him, and snorted. Under the protection of the golden shield around his body, the blood mist did not touch him at all. "Okay, let's continue." At this moment, Du Xiaofu and the other 4 caught up and appeared beside Du Xiaoyao. They were all relieved that the person from the devil religion had been killed. After all, that person was a sage realm cultivator. For the demonic sect, the loss of every Saint stage expert would definitely cause them great heartache. After that, Du Xiaofu and the others did not delay any longer, and they set off again. Boss, next, we not only have to find our own people, but also find some bastards from the devil religion, and kill them all, Du Xiaoyao said, and his words contained a terrible fierceness. I think this method is feasible. Kid, you have the help of the divine soul in your cosmos bag, and we can completely defeat the people from the devil religion here. Huolei Laozu said, and his old eyes narrowed. That's right, the devil god and the remaining demon emperors are also trapped here, and they can't take care of each other. If we don't take advantage of this opportunity to slaughter them wantonly, how can we face their devil god? Du Xiaofu nodded, and unconsciously there was a bit of gloomy killing intent. Chapter 26-24. Du Xiaofu and the others continued on their journey, constantly patrolling the foggy space in an attempt to find experts from the 3 continents, Kyushu region, or people from the devil religion. Previously, Hun Ji had told Du Xiaofu that various major forces from the outside world had already rushed over. Most likely, those whose strength had reached the Saint Realm and above had already stepped through the void corridor and entered the foggy space. And from the words of Ouyang Shuang and Lu Limo, he finally confirmed this point. Because of Du Xiaofu's breakthrough and the demon god's subsequent movement, countless people were worried that he would use methods to kill Du Xiaofu. Thus, they all moved separately to strengthen the Rock Emperor's momentum. Many experts set off from the outside world, and many people gathered along the way, forming an even more magnificent group. After entering the demon realm, at the void portal, they bumped into the 3 great demon emperors of the devil religion, Mo Lingzi, Mokshao, and the others. Both sides immediately erupted into an intense battle. Because of Du Xiaofu's heavenly thunder punishment, the devil religion's people had lost a lot of their battle strength. Moreover, people from the outside world were constantly entering the battlefield, and the overall situation of the battle was one-sided. The devil religion was completely suppressed. In the end, the 3 great demon emperors made a prompt decision and led their subordinates into the void portal, arriving here. This foggy space was too vast and boundless. It was not easy for Du Xiaofu and the others to gather with all the experts. However, with his speed, he was incomparably fast with Du Xiaoyao, Ouyang Shuang, and the others passing through. Du Xiaofu flew high in the sky and looked down, his vision covering a large area. Pieces of land flitted past under his feet, and regions were swept by his vision. In the end, he finally found some familiar figures. The first one he encountered was the Phoenix clan's Saint Fengqi. Then, they met up with Old Man Di Pai of the family farmer clan, Jialo Jiu of the golden-winged Great Rocks, Desolate Sky Leopard of the Tianhuang continent, Bing Luan and Bing Chen of the Snow Hall of the Great Snow Mountain. During this period, the group also encountered several people from the devil religion, but they were all ordinary saint stage experts. Every time, Du Xiaoyao would take the lead and charge forward to kill them all. No one would show mercy to the people of the devil religion. If they were not killed today, they would become a great threat to all living beings in the future. Xiaoyao, there's another person from the devil religion up ahead. As they moved forward, Du Xiaofu spoke again. Understood. There was utterly no need to hesitate, nor was there any need to ask any further questions. Little Demon Du's figure charged out, and she killed that person with a speed that left no time for one to cover one's ears. This foggy space is really a good place. The Fiend Celestial and the few demon emperors aren't here, so we can kill without restraint. I'm really looking forward to seeing if the Fiend Celestial will become a general without an army when everyone leaves this foggy space. Du Xiaoyao chuckled, his handsome face carrying an unbearable sense of carefreeness. His eyes, however, were filled with a ferocious glint that was filled with sharpness. I hope the Fiend Celestial finds the recovery item later. Old Man Di Pai sighed with a worried expression. The Fiend Celestial must be quite confident to come here. No one could predict what kind of changes would occur here after he found the item to restore his strength. However, he wasn't worried about himself and the others because they had Du Xiaofu's Qiankuan bag. The foggy space wouldn't be able to trap them to death. Let's continue on our way, Du Xiaofu called out. More than 10 figures broke through the air and continued to sweep through the foggy space. Endless land retreated under their feet, and large areas were searched. After about 2 days, Du Xiaofu's team became even stronger. The child of the sacred array, Zhen Qingchun, Little Tiger Du, Dugu Fenshen, Lei Tianhuang, Little Blue Phoenix, Su Yangzi of the Taoist sect, Hu Xuanhu, Lei Yang, Gu Xinyan of the Amo clan, Yu Jing Tongxian of the Heaven Music sect in Yunzhou, Xiao Gu of the Heavenly Roaring Demonic Lion clan of the Ancient Wilderness Continent, Ji Qianyue of the Human Tribe's Divine Palace, and so on. In total, there were no less than 30 people who had gathered together. When they saw Du Xiaofu, they were all very happy. After exchanging a few pleasantries with each other, they continued to sweep through the area under the leadership of Du Xiaofu. A few more days passed, and more experts were found by Du Xiaofu. Du Tingxian, Little Xingxing, Little Qilin, Du Xiaoba, Du Xiaowang, Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaojing, Yi Piaoling, Changyu Yeluhan, Dai Xingyu Mu Jianchen, Bailey Wuya, Sima Muhan, Dongli Qingqing, Zi Xian, Huang Ling Qiyan, Hu Pao, Jiang Yiting, Feng Wucha, and so on. Even the old azure dragon, Long Gu, who was guarding the dragons, was here. In addition, Fairy Lu Xia and the Ice Matriarch from the Holy Demon Temple of the Demon Realm were also here. After this, the team continued to expand, and there were more than 100 people. These people were all above the Sage Realm. Among them, what made Du Xiaofu's eyelids twitch the most was the change in Little Xingxing. He's already at the peak of the Sage Realm. Du Xiaofu was tongue-tied, and he was shocked. After the battle with the dragons, Little Xingxing entered the sleeping dragon cave to accept the things left behind by her biological father, the dragon god. He didn't expect that when he came out this time, he was already so strong. He was not weaker than himself before he broke through to the half-step heavenly saint realm. This was really too terrifying, as expected of a supreme expert. His methods are heaven-defying, and I can't compare to him, Du Xiaofu said, and he couldn't help but sigh at the power of the dragon god. Just a legacy alone had allowed Little Xingxing to improve so much. If it weren't for the bottleneck of the heavenly saint realm, who knew how far Little Xingxing would have gone? Father, isn't your strength improving even faster? Even if my father left me the inheritance, it still can't catch up to your cultivation speed. Little Xingxing curled her lips and rolled her eyes at Du Xiaofu. As soon as these words came out, the rest of the people nodded in agreement. They didn't know how the purple-robed young man cultivated. He was only in his 30s, but he had already reached the peak of this world and looked down on all the living beings in the world. Other than the demon god, no one else could resist him. However, while everyone agreed, they were all expressionless. They weren't too shocked because they were already numb to this kind of situation. Why else would I say that I'm your father? Du Xiaofu smiled and reached out to ruffle Little Xingxing's hair, which attracted the little girl's death stare. Boss, let's continue to sweep. Du Xiaoyao rubbed his hands and said to Du Xiaofu. In the past few days, other than gathering a team of nearly 100 people, they had also encountered many people from the devil religion. There were about 50 to 60 people from the devil religion, and all of them were killed. Most of them died in the hands of Du Xiaoyao. Everyone set off again and set foot on the road. Little Qilin jumped out of Yangshuang's arms and climbed directly onto Du Xiaofu's head. It squatted on the ground calmly with a pair of bright eyes narrowed. It was taking a nap, and it was indescribably comfortable. As for Du Xiaoba and Du Xiaowang, they fell between Dongli Qingqing, Zi Xian, and the other girls, hiding from Du Xiaofu. Because when they first appeared, Du Xiaofu's ferocious eyes made the two little fellows feel terrified. When the demon god came here, These two little things actually ran over to join in the fun, which made Du Xiaofu want to pick them up and spank them. However, under the protection of the girls, Du Xiaoba and Du Xiaowang's buttocks were saved, but they were still a little afraid of Du Xiaofu. Time passed slowly, and under Du Xiaofu's search, more and more powerhouses were found by them. It was just that in this huge space, the further they went, the more difficult it was to gather together. From the time they killed the 3 demon emperors, a total of half a month had passed, and they finally gathered about 150 to 160 people. At the same time, the number of people from the devil religion who died in their hands was about to reach hundreds. There were no less than 500 Saint Realm powerhouses from the devil religion before this. Outside the space portal, Boss had killed nearly 200 people with one move. Now, another 100 had died. Only 200 people were left. If the demon god and the other demon emperors know this news, I wonder if they will feel distressed. Du Xiaoyao laughed, and the corners of his mouth were so wide that they almost reached his ears. Of course, he was the most active and cheerful person in killing the people from the devil religion. However, after little Xingxing, Du Xiaoba, and Du Xiaowang gathered together, Du Xiaoyao had fewer opportunities to attack. Especially little Xingxing, with her terrifying strength. Even if Du Xiaoyao wanted to fight, he would not be able to win against her. Everyone kept moving forward, and when they met up with the powerhouses from the 3 continents, Kyushu and other realms, they were also constantly killing. In this foggy space, everything seemed so calm. However, under this calm that no one could see, the figures of the devil religion were crushed and died a violent death. Everyone swept through one area after another, causing the overall strength of the devil religion to suffer a great loss unknowingly. It's just a pity that we did not meet the other demon emperors. The mark between little Xingxing's eyebrows glowed, as she said in a deep voice. Right now, her strength was enough to completely crush the other demon emperors. If she could meet them and cut off the most powerful arm of the demon god, that would be really satisfying. Unfortunately, only Du Xiaofu killed the 3 demon emperors at the beginning. As for the rest, she did not meet them. And that Mo Lingzi guy, Huolei Laozu suddenly said, and his old face was filled with intense killing intent. Mo Lingzi had the lightning martial vein, and he was definitely from the Du family. In other words, he had an inseparable relationship with the heavenly Tao of the primordial age. Regarding this, Huolei Laozu, who was also related to the ancestors of the Du family, could not let it go no matter what. In his heart, he only wanted to be able to take off Mo Lingzi's hood and see his true appearance. He wanted to see which unfilial descendant of the Du family would actually be controlled by the demon god. Chapter 26-25. Regarding Mo Lingzi's true identity, it wasn't only Huolei Laozu who was deeply concerned. Including Du Xiaofu, Du Tingxian, and the rest of the Du family wanted to capture him and uncover his true identity. We'll find out who he is eventually, Du Xiaofu said with a gloomy voice. Similar to Huolei Laozu, killing intent shot out from his eyes. Without a doubt, Mo Lingzi possessed the lightning martial vein, so the Du family's bloodline definitely flowed in his body. As a descendant of the heavenly Tao, he actually worked for the demon god. This was a fact that no one could understand. Such a scum could be said to be punishable by everyone. Perhaps he didn't do it willingly. Du Tingxian said from the side. He took out a jar of wine from his Qiankuan pouch and took a big gulp. It could be seen that his mood wasn't very good when Mo Lingzi's matter was mentioned. Father, do you have some guesses about his identity? Du Xiaojing took a step forward and asked Du Tingxian. Her pair of bright eyes stared at her father, hoping to see something from his face. Since her father said those words, then he definitely had his own guesses about Mo Lingzi's identity. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said those words. However, what made her disappointed was that after Du Tingxian swallowed a mouthful of strong wine, He restrained his emotions and his expression didn't fluctuate much. Truth and falsehood, there will be a day when the conclusion will be reached. Mo Lingzi's identity will also be revealed. Seeing that his drunkard father didn't reply, Du Xiaofu knew that he wasn't willing to say, so he could only mediate the situation. Since his father didn't want to say, then it was better not to force him. Because Du Xiaofu also had his own guesses in his heart. What he could determine now was that his own guesses and his father's guesses should coincide with each other. It was also because of this that he understood why his father's mood wasn't good. There were only so many people in the Du family, and he knew most of them. There wasn't anyone who went missing or betrayed him for no reason, turning into Mo Lingzi and becoming the lackey of the devil religion. Following this train of thought, it was actually not difficult to guess the true origin of the Black Dragon King. But only on that day would he be able to truly confirm this point. Regardless of whether Mo Lingzi betrayed him willingly or out of helplessness, Du Xiaofu would never allow such a thing to continue to exist. There had to be a way to end it. Let's continue. Du Xiaofu didn't say anything more. Instead, he led more than 100 Sage Realm cultivators and sped up. There was no time to waste, and no one knew when the God-Fiend would find the recovery item. Before that, taking advantage of the existence of this foggy space, it would be better to gather more experts from the 3 continents, Kyushu, and kill a few more people from the devil religion. Because once the God-Fiend achieved his goal, no one knew what changes would happen here. But one thing was for sure, once the God-Fiend got his way, the final result would be a huge loss to the living beings of this realm. Now that everyone was scattered and alone, the danger they had to face would be much greater. There are at least a few hundred people from the outside world who came in this time. In addition to the hundreds of Sage Realm cultivators from the devil religion, there are close to 1,000 people. And now that we've gathered, including the people from the devil religion that we've killed, we've met a total of less than 300 people in this space. In other words, there are about 700 people that we haven't met yet. While everyone was moving forward, Sacred Array Child Jin Qinchun pinched his fingers and calculated. 700 was not a small number. However, this space was truly too vast. Hence, it took Du Xiaofu quite a lot of time to gather the current 100-plus people. It was almost impossible to gather everyone together. However, before the God-Fiend got the item to recover, the more people they gathered, the more advantageous it would be for the later matters. It's a pity that in this foggy space, only Du Xiaofu can see through everything with his means. In addition, the power of the primordial spirit can't be used, so the efficiency of finding people is too low. Huolei Laozu added, if everyone could be like Du Xiaofu, then it would be much easier to split up and search for them. Of course, this idea was unrealistic, because if everyone had such means, then this foggy space would have no meaning to exist. The God-Fiend and the people from the devil religion could easily find them, and a war would be inevitable. As a result, the advantage they had at this moment was completely gone. There's movement in front. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu opened his mouth and said, his eyes narrowing fiercely. A fierce aura spread out, and even the little Qilin, who was squatting on his forehead and taking a nap, woke up in an instant. Is it the people from the devil religion again? Du Xiaoyao licked her lips and asked impatiently, her hands itching to rub. At the same time, the aura on little Xingxing's body suddenly rose, and the mark between his eyebrows became even more bewitching and strange, with a murderous aura. Du Xiaoba and Du Xiaowang also poked their little heads out from behind the girls, their auras bursting out, looking ready to attack. Yes, it's the people from the devil religion, and second brother, Du Xiaofu said softly, and quickly rushed over with everyone. His vision was not blocked by the fog, and he directly saw the scene in the distance. There, a battle between 2 people was going on. As the distance continued to close, the appearance of the people fighting also fell into his eyes. One of them was his second brother Du Yunlong. and the one fighting with him was a member of the devil religion. It's second uncle, let's go help him. Du Xiaoba called out, pulled Du Xiaowang, and ran away. Little Xingxing was not willing to fall behind, and with a stretch of its small body, it overtook the two little guys. Wait for me. Little Qilin shouted, rushed out from the top of Du Xiaofu's head, quickly chased, and disappeared into the fog. Seeing such a scene, Du Xiaoyao, who was about to rush forward, abruptly stopped, and a distressed look appeared on his handsome face. He knew that the current strength of these little guys was not much weaker than him, especially little Xingxing, who was above him. With them going, he would not be able to join in the fun. Even if the people from the devil religion were one of the 9 great devil emperors, they would definitely not be able to escape. Du Xiaofu also smiled slightly, and did not rush over too hastily. In his eyes, his second brother was fighting with the people from the devil religion, and it was difficult to tell who would win. It would be difficult for them to defeat each other in a short time. With the addition of little Xingxing, Du Xiaoba, Du Xiaowang, and Du Xiaolin, the people from the devil religion would not be able to escape today. Big brother, let's go over quickly. Apart from you, no one else can see here. Although we can't fight, it's also good to watch the fun. Du Xiaoyao said to Du Xiaofu, and felt quite sullen and depressed. With these little demon king here, I'm afraid I won't have the opportunity to fight again. All right. Du Xiaofu nodded in agreement and rushed forward with everyone, and surrounded the battlefield of the two people. Unexpectedly, both of them have the cultivation of the sage perfection realm. Because Du Yunlong and the people from the devil religion were fighting, the terrifying energy fluctuations dispersed the fog within 100 miles around them. Therefore, when everyone came close, their vision was no longer obstructed, and they could clearly see the scene of the fight. The cultivation of these two people was not ordinary, and both of them had the strength of the sage perfection realm. They didn't know much about the people from the devil religion, but apart from the 9 great demon emperors, it was normal for there to be some experts in the sage perfection realm. However, Du Yunlong's performance could only be described as monstrous. At this time, even Du Xiaofu couldn't help but have a whole new level of respect for his second brother at this time. He knew that his second brother's talent was extraordinary, and the effort he had put in on the road of cultivation was also amazing. At the same time, he also had a lot of opportunities, and he had once obtained the inheritance of heaven sage Fu Huang in the ancient desolate ominous ground. However, the fact that he was able to reach such a level so quickly made people gasp in shock. Although his speed was nothing compared to little Xingxing, Du Xiaolin, and Du Xiaoba, it was enough to shock the world. Before they entered the ancient desolate ominous ground, his second brother was only in the martial field realm, and he hadn't even reached the sage realm. People from the devil religion, kill. Under the gaze of more than 100 sage realm experts, Du Yunlong shouted loudly. With a sacred weapon in his hand, as he waved, endless thunder and lightning came down, shattering the endless void, and madly pouring down on the people from the devil religion. Under the control of the thunder martial vein in his body, the terrifying thunder and lightning came down like a waterfall. A huge black hole appeared in the void, making a passage for the thunder and lightning waterfall to move forward. Humph! Today, let me see how amazing the thunder martial vein of the Du family is. The person from the devil religion also snorted coldly, and the sacred weapon in his hand vibrated violently, causing a series of buzzing sounds that made people's eardrums go numb. A strong demonic aura surged out from his body, adding to the strength of the sacred weapon in his hand. In the void in front of him, a mountain of corpses appeared, and a sea of blood appeared, carrying the smell of blood, like a scene from purgatory. The attacks of the two people collided in an instant, and suddenly a terrible impact and explosion burst out. After the loud bang, the shattered energy swept out, spreading out in the space, and then turned into runes that covered the sky and earth, fluttering and dancing. The two figures also retreated 100 feet at the same time, and their chi was shaken to a certain extent. However, after only one breath, they both stabilized, and their strength was not affected too much. This time, the result of the collision was still a draw. "Second uncle, we're here to help you." At this moment, Du Xiaohuang's clear cry sounded, and it fell into the ears of Du Yunlong and the people from the devil religion. "Second uncle, we're here." Little Qilin's 4 hooves stepped on the light of thunder and lightning, and it also shouted crisply. After that, it even gave Du Yunlong a Qilin-style smile. Next to them, Du Xiaoba and Du Xiaowang also moved at the same time, rushing straight into the battlefield, and landed beside Du Yunlong. Seeing such a scene, Du Yunlong and the people from the devil religion could not help but be stunned for a moment. In this foggy space, several little guys actually appeared at the same time, which made them feel a little incredulous. Little Xingxing, Xiaoba, Xiaowang, Xiaolin. Du Yunlong focused for a moment before a smile appeared on his face. In this foggy space, he had been wandering alone for a long time, and now he finally saw a few nephews and nieces. How could he not be happy? It's them. On the other hand, the people from the devil religion's face twitched fiercely. He knew that none of these little fellows were simple. If he encountered them alone, he still had the confidence to fight. But now the 4 of them came together, plus Du Yunlong, who was not weaker than him. The following situation was probably not good. If he continued to fight, he might even be in danger of dying. "Hey, so many people are here." Soon, Du Yunlong found that there were more than 100 figures standing in the void outside the battlefield, all of them looking at him, and the others calmly. Among them, third uncle Du Tingxian, third brother Du Xiaofu, and the others were all there. "Haha, you guys are amazing, actually gathering so many people." Du Yunlong laughed out loud. Previously, he was also worried that many experts would encounter people from the devil religion with high cultivation here and encounter unimaginable things. But now, seeing so many people here, he was immediately relieved. Du Xiaofu. On the opposite side, the people from the devil religion naturally saw all of this. When the violet-robed figure entered his field of vision, his countenance instantly turned ghastly pale, and his lips couldn't help but tremble. Tap, tap, tap. The people from the devil religion unconsciously took 3 steps back, his body trembling like a sieve, and he could not stop trembling. Boundless fear spread in his heart, causing his whole body to feel cold. He knew that as the devil religion's greatest enemy, Du Xiaofu, had now stepped into the half-step heavenly saint realm, and the 9 great demon emperors could not do anything to him even if they joined forces. And he, a mere perfect saint realm expert, was not in the eyes of the other party at all. In fact, the demon king was just watching quietly from the side, as if he had no intention of making a move. Thinking of this, he could not help but brew some plans in his heart. "Second uncle, let's join forces and deal with this devil religion thief together," Little Xingxing said, his body emitting a fierce aura. "That's right, we still have to find the others, we can't waste too much time because of him." Du Xiaohuang's little head was big as she pulled Du Yunlong's sleeve and said, "Haha, good. Originally, I saw a person with a similar cultivation, so I was excited and wanted to train myself. It just so happened that I was in this foggy space and couldn't get out for a while, so the fight took a little longer. Since you said so, I, your second uncle, will also let go of my hands and feet and join you to deal with this devil religion thief as soon as possible." Du Yunlong laughed loudly, and his heroic voice was suddenly heard. At the same time, a vast and boundless aura suddenly rushed out from his body. A terrifying light burst out like a blazing sun. Following that, within the light, an illusory figure appeared and took shape above Du Yunlong's head. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure descended, as if an ancient creature had awakened, with an aura that could suppress everything. Under such a scene, Du Xiaoba, Du Xiaowang, and Du Xiaolin could not help but retreat, and even little Xingxing took half a step back slightly. The aura on his body circulated, and only then did he offset the power emitted by Du Yunlong. Clang! An enormous rumble resounded. It was like a great bell that shook the entire space and caused the heavens and the earth to tremble. Subduing desolation, holy bell, rise! Du Yunlong shouted and exhaled loudly. The endless light on his body quickly rushed into the sky and entered the shadow, causing it to condense quickly and become a substantial object, turning into the shape of a large bell. This large bell was a matchless treasure, an item from the desolate era. It emitted a terrifying might and possessed an extremely vast aura. As soon as it appeared, without any movement, it caused the surrounding space to burst open silently. The cracks spread to the surroundings like a spider web. Wow! Second uncle is so powerful, it seems that he is even stronger than me. Little Qilin blinked his big eyes and looked up at Du Yunlong with a bit of worship. Sister Xingxing, I feel that there is nothing for us to do, let's go first. Du Xiaowang pulled little Xingxing's sleeve and said weakly. Let's go to the side and watch the show. Little Xingxing also nodded and left with Du Xiaoba, Du Xiaowang, and Du Xiaolin. They retreated to the side, intending to quietly watch the battle. The strength that their second uncle had displayed at this time even made little Xingxing feel that it was a little terrifying. In this case, there was no need for them to make a move at all. In fact, it wasn't just the little ones who were shocked. Even Du Xiaofu, who was dozens of miles away, was shocked. When second brother was fusing with the subduing desolation holy bell, he was captured by the Gulen Heavenly Condor clan, and he was the one who saved him. How long had it been, and he had actually reached such a level, it was really too terrifying. Around Du Xiaofu, Du Tingxian, Zhen Qinchun, Du Xiaoyao, Huolei Laozu, and the others were also shocked. Who would have thought that Du Yunlong's cultivation had unknowingly reached such a level? Before coming to the demon realm and entering this foggy space, he had always been hiding his strength, but it turned out that he had already reached a height that many people could not imagine. The people of the Du family are indeed all abnormal. Su Yangzi of the Taoist family, Hu Xuanhu of the Mo family, Old Man Di Pai of the farmer family, and a large group of people looked at each other for a long time, unable to speak for a long time. In the end, they could only smile bitterly. Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaojing, Du Tingxian, Du Xiaoba, Du Xiaowang, Du Xiaolin, and so on. There was no one in this family who was weak. At this time, another Du Yunlong appeared, which greatly shocked everyone. Especially the big bell that Du Yunlong controlled. One could tell at a glance that it was not an ordinary thing. The thick and heavy aura that was emitted seemed to be even thicker than this world. There was no doubt that with just one attack, it could erupt with a world-shaking power. Chapter 26:26. The eyes of the devil religion's sage realm consummate realm expert opposite Du Yunlong trembled fiercely in an instant. He and Du Yunlong had been fighting here for a long time, and neither of them could do anything to the other. He had originally thought that the other party's strength was indeed on par with his. Never had he imagined that the might revealed by the young man in a cloud robe would actually attain such a terrifying level. Both of them were at the sage consummate realm. However, the disparity between them was very obvious. It turned out that Du Yunlong had been suppressing himself and fighting with him for a long time only to hone himself. This person from the devil religion had a cold look in his eyes. His heart was filled with resentment and hatred. With the ferocious aura that Du Yunlong was displaying, it shouldn't be difficult for him to crush him with that huge bell. This caused his heart to palpitate for no reason. "I won't waste any more time with you. Die." Du Yunlong's indifferent voice rang out and spread out in this space. As his voice echoed, his cloud robe fluttered without any wind. Clang! The desolation-settling sacred bell above his head shined brightly and once again let out a sonorous sound wave that spread out in all directions. Puff, 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 waves of powerful invisible energy rippled out, destroying the void. A destructive storm swept out in an instant. This treasure possessed a peerless might, and what it erupted with was a heavy aura that was countless times more vast than a lofty mountain. No matter how many tricks the enemy has up their sleeves, I will crush them with my world-suppressing power. Too strong. Retreat. Dozens of miles away, among the crowd of spectators, some of the weaker ones suddenly felt extremely stifled. It was as if their chests were unable to rise and fall, and it was difficult for them to breathe. All of them couldn't help but retreat in shock, trying to avoid the impact of the sound wave to avoid being injured. However, the sound waves were too terrifying. Moreover, they had no openings and could not enter. No matter how far they hid, they could not completely escape. In the blink of an eye, quite a few people were shaken violently. Their faces paled, and a few people even had blood flowing out of the corners of their mouth. They were slightly injured. "Everyone, come to my side," Du Xiaofu called out. His body also exuded a formless wave that was as gentle as the spring breeze. The impact of the sound wave was offset. When everyone came to his side, they all heaved a sigh of relief. However, the sweat that soaked their robes showed how much pressure they had been under just now. However, it was fortunate that the cultivation of many people present on the scene was extremely strong. In fact, they could resist the attacks by displaying their cultivation. Second uncle is too awesome. Not far away from Du Yunlong, the little Qilin was bouncing around with an elated look. That frightening sound wave struck his body, but was blocked by clusters of frightening thunderbolts, causing him to be completely unaffected. "Silly child, hurry up and leave." Little Xingxing was a mischievous kid. After cursing, he picked up Du Xiaolin's tail and held him upside down. At the same time, he flew away with Du Xiaoba and Du Xiaowang. Although under their resistance, they didn't have to worry about being injured by the majesty of the hallowed bell. However, little Xingxing understood that the most powerful thing was still to come. In this foggy space, everyone was bound to face more people from the devil religion. They might even have to face the devil god. They couldn't consume too much of their strength here. They had to preserve as much of their strength as possible. "He's actually so strong." On the opposite side of Du Yunlong, the people from the devil religion were trembling. They were even more frightened. This kind of fear was not only because of Du Yunlong's strength, but also because there were more than 100 experts watching covetously from the periphery. In particular, the existence of Du Xiaofu made him feel even more pressured. Even if his strength could defeat Du Yunlong, he was afraid that he still couldn't escape from Du Xiaofu's pursuit. "Hallowed bell, go!" Du Yunlong stood in the air and shouted softly. As he waved his hand, the hallowed bell above his head buzzed and flew out. The seemingly huge and cumbersome bell was extremely fast. In a flash, it had already arrived at the position of the people from the devil religion. Rumble, the hallowed bell carried a vast and heavy intent. As it passed through, it pressed down on the void until it rumbled. It was as if it was about to collapse and was on the verge of collapsing at any time. Under such a scene, the people from the devil religion immediately narrowed their eyes. They forcefully raised the devil qi in their body and stabilized the trembling of their primordial spirit. After that, a wisp of unswerving determination appeared in his eyes. He didn't think any further and directly gestured with his hand. An object flew out from within his body and collided with the desolation hallowed bell that was descending from above. As soon as this object appeared, the aura in the space suddenly changed. A boundless and vast pressure rolled down, as if a supreme and powerful cultivator had descended here. It also carried an ancient and majestic aura. It was actually not much weaker than the hallowed bell. When Du Xiaofu, who was standing in the distance, saw this scene, his eyes suddenly trembled and his pupils suddenly shrank. This was because he was too familiar with that object. Earlier, there were several similar objects that were in his hands, but they were taken away by the devil religion. That was the purple lightning profound cauldron, an object left behind by the Lord of the 3,000 boundless worlds. Rumor had it that whoever could control the purple lightning profound cauldron would have the greatest hope of solving the great calamity brought by the demon god. Therefore, Du Xiaofu had always wanted to take it back from the devil religion and control all 9 divine thunder cauldrons. Only with the 9 cauldrons in hand could he completely command the 9 families. I've worn out iron shoes in vain, only to find it without any effort. Looking at the purple lightning profound cauldron, Du Xiaofu muttered to himself. He knew that the 9 divine thunder cauldrons were with the devil religion, but he wasn't sure who had them. Moksha and Mo Lingzi should have the divine thunder cauldrons with them. As for the whereabouts of the other cauldrons, he wasn't sure. Perhaps they were with the 9 great demon emperors. However, when he killed the 3 demon emperors, the purple lightning profound cauldron didn't appear. Now that he had encountered one here, he had to regain control of it. As for the remaining cauldrons, he had to obtain them step by step. The great calamity was approaching, and it could even be said that it had already begun. Among the 9 families, there were still the legalism, school of famous names, and school of vertical and horizontal. They had ulterior motives and were trying to stir up trouble in the great calamity. Even the Eastern deity, Western demon, Southern Ru, Northern addict, and divine ability couldn't suppress them. Du Xiaofu and Little Xingxing, even the arrogant and rampant dragon race was suppressed by them. How could they allow some people from the 9 great clans to cause trouble in the great calamity? A variable in the void realm. On this side, Du Xiaofu was thinking in his heart, but his eyes were looking at the other side. The incomparably huge hallowed bell had already collapsed and landed on the head of the devil religion's man. That unparalleled treasure seemed to carry a power that was even more vast and heavy than the world, and it directly shattered the space. Below, the purple lightning profound cauldron also emitted a vast pressure. Waves of purple-gold profound lightning surged out and swept towards the hallowed bell. However, this person from the devil religion wasn't able to fully control the purple lightning profound cauldron. The power it displayed was far less powerful than when it was in Du Xiaofu's hands. However, this was an existence that surpassed a divine artifact. Like the hallowed bell, it was also a treasure left behind by the master of the 3,000 great world. It was extraordinary. Even if it was under the control of this person from the devil religion and could not defeat the hallowed bell, it was still able to slightly block its power, so that the pressure he had to bear was not too great, to the point that he couldn't bear it. On the hallowed bell, a vast power fluctuated, and the purple lightning profound cauldron also erupted with a destructive aura to resist it. When the two collided, a huge wave of energy immediately spread out in this area. Terrifying energy spread out wantonly, crazily rolling and crushing everything in its way. The figures of the 2 people who were fighting were also submerged in it. Let's go. In the midst of this, the eyes of this person from the devil religion changed, and he looked at the purple lightning profound cauldron with extreme reluctance. However, this reluctance only lingered for a moment before it disappeared from his eyes. Immediately after, the devil chi on his body surged and covered his entire body, and a vast power burst out, driving him to quickly escape into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he had traveled dozens of miles and reached the edge of the fog. When Lord Demon God recovers, all of you will die, and the purple lightning profound cauldron will be stored with you, but in the end it will still return to my hands. Finally, he glanced behind him and reluctantly looked at the purple lightning profound cauldron that was fighting against the hallowed bell. This person from the devil religion thought to himself, as long as he could enter this fog and get rid of Du Xiaofu and the others' pursuit, he would not hesitate to lose a divine thunder cauldron to save his life. Nothing was more important than his own life. Slowly retracting his gaze, this person from the devil religion urged the devil chi in his body with all his strength, and his speed could not help but increase by a few degrees. This was because he saw that Du Yunlong had also reacted, and his figure moved through the air and chased after him. Moreover, the hallowed bell also moved through the air, carrying a terrifying power as it chased closely after him. Bastard of the Dew family, I'm not going to play with you anymore. This person from the devil religion spat and cursed. Then, with a flash of his figure, he dived into the fog. However, his speed did not decrease, and he continued to escape into the distance. Along the way, he even changed directions several times to avoid Du Yunlong's pursuit. After a long time, this person from the devil religion finally slowed down, and he spat out a mouthful of turbid air, but his mind felt very carefree. He had already traversed no less than 10,000 miles in the fog, and he did not walk in a straight line. Du Yunlong had been successfully shaken off by him, and he did not catch up with his footsteps at all. In this fog, no one would be able to find his whereabouts. He couldn't help but feel like he had escaped from the heavens. One had to know that he had made a detour in front of the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. At this moment, he was still alive and kicking. It had to be said that this was a kind of luck. Luck is also a part of one's strength. What can Du Xiaofu do? He will still be lost in this space, and he can't do anything to me. This person from the devil religion laughed heartily, and a sense of pride crept up from the bottom of his heart. It's a pity that I lost the purple thunder profound cauldron. I wonder if the Demon King will punish me when he finds out. Thinking of the divine thunder cauldron, he could not help but feel his heart ache again. As a person from the devil religion, and to be given such a powerful weapon like the purple thunder profound cauldron, of course, he knew how important it was to Du Xiaofu. This time, he had lost it, and it had fallen into the hands of Du Xiaofu. Not to mention the 9 demon kings, even the demon god would not be willing to see such a thing happen. Just thinking about the punishment methods of the demon emperor was enough to send chills down one's spine. Hundreds of thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. One moment, he was carefree, the next moment, he was proud, and the next moment, he was worried. However, just as he was still immersed in various emotions, he suddenly heard a voice ringing in his ears. Don't worry, I have personally delivered the purple thunder profound cauldron to you. This was a man's voice. It was unusually soft, and it was extremely gentle like a spring breeze. The content of his words should be able to make people feel happy. However, this demon sect member's heart sank at this moment. He suddenly felt a sense of despair, as if he was about to die. This was because a purple gold light had appeared in front of him. This purple gold light quickly condensed into a figure, and it was Du Xiaofu. How can this be? He found it hard to believe that Du Xiaofu had actually caught up with him in this foggy space after he had fled so far away. If it was someone else, he would still have a chance to escape again. However, since Du Xiaofu had personally taken action, he was afraid that he would really lose the chance to escape. It should be known that he was facing a half-step heavenly sage powerhouse. In this world, besides the demon god, who else could be his opponent? Run. This person from the devil religion did not have time to think. He turned around and wanted to escape to another place. Even though he was facing Du Xiaofu, he was terrified and desperate, but he could not sit still and wait for his death. He did not believe that Du Xiaofu would return the purple thunder profound cauldron to him. This kind of nonsense was too fake to fool a 3-year-old child. Why are you running? I have already brought the purple thunder profound cauldron to you. Take it. Just as he was about to move, Du Xiaofu's voice rang in his ears again. The purple-robed young man bent his finger slightly, and a strange wave spread out as if he was receiving something. Then, this person from the devil religion saw that the fog behind him suddenly parted to both sides, revealing a long passage. In the passage, there was a purple-gold shadow with a long tail. It whistled and arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. The purple thunder profound cauldron. This person from the devil religion exclaimed. He immediately turned around and tried to escape. However, the purple thunder profound cauldron's speed was too fast. Just as he thought about it, it had already slammed into his chest. On the cauldron, purple gold lightning poured out. It moved wantonly and fluctuated with a terrifying power. At the same time, the divine thunder cauldron was also a heavy weapon. Under its extreme speed, it had the unparalleled power to crush everything. Once it came into contact with the body of this person from the devil religion, it was as if it was crushing the air. It was not obstructed at all and rushed straight through. However, his body immediately exploded into a cloud of blood mist with a bang. He died without leaving a trace. Dong. Du Xiaofu stretched out his 5 fingers and grabbed the purple thunder profound cauldron that was speeding forward. After a buzzing sound, it suddenly stopped. Then, purple gold lightning flashed and the divine thunder cauldron disappeared from his palm. "Thank you." Du Xiaofu smiled and said softly to the void. He expressed his gratitude to the person from the devil religion who had his body and soul destroyed and sent the purple thunder profound cauldron. In fact, when the other party was fighting with his second brother, Du Yunlong, and then looking for a chance to escape, Du Xiaofu had the opportunity to stop him directly. With Fu Yao's first form's property of ignoring spatial barriers, how could he have run such a long distance? However, because he could borrow the power of the divine soul in the cosmos bag, no matter how the other party escaped, he could not escape from his prying eyes. In Du Xiaofu's eyes, the way he changed his trajectory time and time again was so laughable. Du Xiaofu was not in a hurry to chase after him. Instead, he first refined the purple thunder profound cauldron and regained control of it. For him, this was the most important thing. The restriction placed on the divine thunder cauldron by the people from the devil religion was completely negligible to the current Du Xiaofu. Soon, he had complete control of it. Then, after calling out to Du Yunlong, Du Tingxian and the others, he came here. No matter what, there was no reason not to get rid of the people from the devil religion. Therefore, no matter how far the other party ran, only death awaited him. Xiaofu. Father. Rock Emperor. Not long after, the group of over 100 people arrived in a grandiose manner. They passed through the layers of fog and appeared beside Du Xiaofu. Because Du Xiaofu had given them directions before he left, they were able to find him in the fog without a hitch. Those whose primordial spirits were shaken, take some elixirs and adjust your breathing. Du Xiaofu took out a lot of elixirs from his cosmos bag and handed them to Desolation Bao, Su Yangzi, Gu Xinyan, Yu Jing Tongxian, Xiao Gu, Ji Qianwei and the others. Previously, under the suppression of Du Yunlong's Desolation Holy Bell, these people who were relatively weaker had been injured to a certain extent. Although it did not affect their strength too much, no one knew what kind of situation they would face next. Only by being able to maintain their peak fighting state could they better deal with possible changes. Du Xiaofu was not stingy about this. "Thank you, Rock Emperor." "Thank you, Human Emperor." No one was courteous to Du Xiaofu. One by one, they took the elixirs and swallowed them. Then, without further delay, they resumed their journey. They traversed through the foggy space, and continued to search for the experts of the 3 continents and the 9 continents, as well as the members of the demonic sect. Chapter 26-27. Time passed slowly without anyone noticing. It had been about 3 months since Du Xiaofu entered the foggy space. More than a month had passed since he started to gather with the help of the divine soul power in the cosmos bag. During this period, more people were constantly found by him and gathered together, expanding the team to 240 people. Among them, the old human emperor from the ancient wilderness continent, Feng Wanran from the Feng family, Elder Xie from the Beast Alliance, and others were all here. At the same time, the number of devil religion followers who died in their hands was close to 200. In addition to those who were killed by Du Xiaofu before entering the space portal, there were already close to 400 people who died. This made everyone on Du Xiaofu's side very excited. Those who could enter this place all had the strength of the sage realm and above. The death of so many people from the devil religion was definitely a severe blow to their overall strength. The strength they brought to the demon realm, including the 9 great devil emperors, Moksha, Mo Lingzi, and others, was only about 500 sage realm experts. In other words, there were only about 100 people from the devil religion left in this foggy space. On the other hand, Du Xiaofu's side almost didn't suffer any losses. Of course, there might be people who encountered people from the devil religion in the foggy space and were killed without anyone knowing. However, in comparison, the majority of their strength had been preserved. As they dealt with more situations in the future, their confidence was naturally more and more. I really hope that it will continue like this. In this foggy space, we will kill all the people from the devil religion and pull out the claws of the demon god. In the end, he will be the only one left. Then, we can concentrate all our strength to deal with the demon god alone. Du Xiaoyao laughed and couldn't wait to let the demon god become a general without an army in this strange world. In fact, everyone had this idea in their hearts. No matter what, the demon god was the biggest enemy of all the creatures in this world. In comparison, the rest of the devil religion was not that important. Gathering everyone's strength to fight against it, it was hard to say who would win or lose. Once the demon god obtained the item to recover, it would be an absolute disaster for this realm. Du Xiaofu was the one who felt this the most, because when he was in the tomb of the heavenly Tao, he had once returned to the upper reaches of the river of time and witnessed the great battle that occurred during the primeval times. He had a deep understanding of the terror of the fiend celestial. Even the lord of the 3,000 greater worlds and the dragon god couldn't kill him, and they could even suppress him. It could be said that as long as the demon god did not die and even recovered to his peak state, even if there was no one under his command that could be used, he would still be able to plunge this world into misery and suffering. Only by completely eliminating the demon god could they reverse the situation. Every member of the devil religion we kill is one less. When the war truly begins, it can also reduce the losses that we will suffer. Du Tingxian said with a wine pot in his hand. It's just that we don't know how much strength the devil religion has in the outside world. Although we've eliminated many of their stage forces this time, if the base number is too large, it's still not optimistic. Huolei Laozu said with a worried tone. He knew better than anyone how terrifying the demon god was, and the strength of the devil religion should not be limited to what they had displayed here. What's the point of thinking so much? Just do it with all your heart and do it with no regrets. Du Xiaofu said with a serious expression. The Rock Emperor is right. Do it with all your heart and do it with all your strength. We can't care so much about other things. It's just a matter of blocking soldiers with arms and water with earth. Old man Di Pai from the farmer's family added and kept nodding. The Rock Emperor's words make sense. The rest of the people also nodded their heads in agreement. The demon god's recovery was probably already a situation that could not be stopped. The only thing they could do was try their best to stall for time, so that the many living beings in this realm could improve their cultivation and buy some time. If everything went well, they would still have a chance to fight the demon god to the end. Don't think so much. I just want to find a few more devil religion bastards to kill. Du Xiaoyao's eyes emitted a golden light, revealing a murderous glint. Everyone agreed and didn't say anything more. Under Du Xiaofu's lead, they continued to wander around the foggy space, searching for the experts from the 3 continents, the 9 continents, and the other worlds, as well as the people from the demonic cult. However, just when everyone thought that the foggy space would exist for a long time, an unforeseen event suddenly happened. One day, more than 200 people who were moving forward stopped in their tracks. In their senses, some subtle changes seemed to have occurred in the foggy space. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, while everyone was stunned, they heard a wave of vibrations. It sounded like the sound of flowing water, clear and empty. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Immediately after, there was the sound of the wind, followed by a gust of demonic wind that swept across the area. What happened? Someone exclaimed in shock. They had been in the foggy space for a long time without any movement, and this was the first time such a situation had happened. No one knew what would happen next, and this sudden movement made them feel uneasy. The fog is surging and being blown away by the demonic wind. Soon, everyone realized that the fog that was everywhere around them, which was originally motionless, suddenly started to move in a certain direction as if it was being blown by a hurricane. Primordial spirit power. My primordial spirit power can be released. It didn't take long for someone to shout again. In such a surprise, many people probed with their primordial spirit power, and they really found that the fog could no longer stop them from prying. Moreover, as the strange wind blew, the fog kept surging, and the distance that their primordial spirit power could detect was getting farther and farther. This change was not rapid and violent, but it was happening continuously, and many people could not help but feel excited. They had been trapped in this place for a long time, and their primordial spirit power and their naked eyes could not detect more than 10 feet away from them. After such a long time, they felt like they were going crazy. Suddenly, the fog was surging, and their primordial spirit power could be released, which was extremely surprising. Xiaofu, what do you think of this? Du Tingxian did not feel too happy, but his face was a little solemn. He put the flagon in his hand back into his cosmos bag, took a step forward, and asked Du Xiaofu. At the same time, his gaze swept across Huolei Laozu, Zhen Qingchun, Beiluan Bingchen, and the others. Obviously, he was asking for their thoughts. The foggy space that has been quiet for so long suddenly has such a change. It is definitely not an accident. The old man emperor of the human race temple said solemnly, and then turned his gaze to Elder Jiao Xie of the Bai Fang Divine Bird Clan, Tiger Desolate Ancestor of the Dark Heavenly Tiger Clan, and Howling Moon Ancestor of the Howling Heavenly Lion Clan. I don't dare to imagine it now. I'm afraid the truth is more terrifying than we estimated. Tiger Desolate Ancestor sighed and said softly. When the people beside him heard this, their expressions also darkened. Obviously, everyone was thinking of the same thing. If all of this is as expected, it should be related to the demon god. Sacred Array Child Zhen Qichun said. His face had a strange charm, and there was an extremely serious expression on it. His words were very straightforward. Some of the people who were feeling happy because of the change in the primordial spirit power suddenly could not laugh anymore. Each and every one of them had a straight face, indicating that they were worried. The people present were all above the sage realm. Whether it was in terms of strength or state of mind, none of them were weak. Soon, they figured out the crux of the matter. If it was related to the demon god, then it was related to the recovery item that he needed. For the creatures in this world, this was a matter of life and death for everyone. Although the fog is dissipating, it will still affect us after all. The primordial spirit power has not reached its peak state, so it can't pry into too much valuable information. As for the location of the demon god, we can't find out at the moment, so we can't go and see what happened. Du Xiaofu finally spoke. As soon as he opened his mouth, everyone listened attentively, wanting to know what he was thinking at this time. He continued, but no matter what, this space has begun to change. We still have many people who are alone. At the same time, there are many experts left in the devil religion. Since the primordial spirit power can be released to investigate, then next we will act separately. This way we can find the rest of the people faster and gather everyone together. Rock Emperor, what should we do? Just tell us. That's right, just tell us what to do, Rock Emperor. Rock Emperor, give us the order, and we will definitely complete the task. Suddenly, many experts spoke loudly to Du Xiaofu. Xiaofu, just tell us what we should do. As Zhen Qingchun spoke, He had already grasped the 6 wheels blood-killing array in his hand, and his body exploded with a strong murderous intent. Obviously, he had been holding back for a long time and could not wait to start a massacre. Du Xiaofu nodded slightly. He wasn't polite with everyone. So, he directly announced in a loud voice, "We'll break up into several groups. Each group will have 10 people. However, each group must be led by at least one expert of the sage perfection realm or above. This way, even if we encounter several demon emperors, we will not be in too much danger. After we find our own people, if the time is right and 2 groups encounter each other, we will gather together. If we encounter people from the devil religion, kill them all. Don't let any of them go." "No problem, it's settled." "Good. We will follow the orders of the Rock Emperor." Many experts cupped their fists and spoke in a deep voice. Their voices were filled with a strong fighting spirit. "Father, I will lead a group." Little Xingxing's small body flew out and said to Du Xiaofu, "Father, I can lead a group with little Ba." Du Xiaowang looked up at Du Xiaofu and said crisply, "Brother, I can lead a group too." "Xiaofu, I will lead a group." "Rock Emperor, I can lead a group too." In the blink of an eye, many experts stepped forward. Little Xingxing, Du Xiaowang, Du Xiaojing, Du Xiaoqing, the old human emperor Bing Luan, Bing Chen, Zhen Qinchun, Lei Tianhuang, Tiger Wilderness Patriarch, Hun Ji, Du Tingxian, Little Tiger Du, Elder Xie, and many others stepped forward. They were all above the Great Perfection Saint realm. At this time, no one knew where the demon god was. In a situation where they led 10 people, even if they encountered the demon emperor, they had the ability to fight. "Good." Du Xiaofu nodded and then arranged for everyone to start grouping. In this, everyone was very self-aware. They chose the most suitable group according to their own strength, so that the overall strength of each group was relatively balanced. In this way, more than 20 groups were divided, and each group was led by a Great Perfection Saint realm expert. "Xiaofu, are you going to act alone?" After the grouping was completed, Du Tingxian frowned and asked. This was because Du Xiaofu didn't say which group he would join among the 20 or so group. "I will go with the patriarch. Nothing will happen. Drunkard father, you don't have to worry about us." Du Xiaofu gave his father a comforting smile. He looked at Huolei Laozu beside him and said, "I believe that the situation here will become clearer soon. At that time, we will meet again. Then be careful." Du Tingxian reminded after thinking for a moment. As a father, how could he not understand his son's thoughts? This kid wanted to go and find the demon god by himself. However, even though he understood, Du Tingxian did not say it out loud. After all, there were many things that were difficult and dangerous, but someone had to do it. "I know. Everyone must be careful too." Du Xiaofu nodded deeply and swept his gaze across the more than 200 people present. In his heart, he hoped that they would not encounter any major variables. "Boss, I think I should go with you." Du Xiaoyao suddenly came out and said to Du Xiaofu. He quickly understood what his boss was thinking, and he was a little uneasy. "Don't worry, it will be fine," Du Xiaofu said. But Du Xiaoyao wanted to say something but was stopped by Du Xiaofu's stern words. Looking at his eyes, Du Xiaoyao finally gave up. "Rock Emperor, we will take our leave first. Human Emperor, you all go ahead first. Brother, take care of yourself. Father, you must be careful." Everyone cupped their fists at Du Xiaofu and left. In just a few breaths' time, only Du Xiaofu and Huolei Laozu were left. The two of them did not stay for long. After everyone left, they soared into the sky and disappeared. No one knew where they went. In the vast and boundless foggy space, the changes were still ongoing. Strange gusts of wind blew past, causing large patches of fog to surge and then disperse. During this process, although the living beings who entered this space were still greatly obstructed in their vision, it became easier for them to release their primordial spirit power. Furthermore, the vast oppressive might in the void was also gradually dissipating. Regardless of whether it was the experts from the 3 continents, Kyushu region, or the people from the devil religion, they all felt their bodies become lighter and lighter, and they returned to their normal state. Since the primordial spirit power was starting to be effective, many living beings activated their cultivation with all their might in an attempt to find their companions. After all, staying here alone for a long time really made one feel physically and mentally exhausted. If they could find their companions, they could not be happier. Little Xingxing, Du Xiaojing, Zhen Qingchun, Lei Tianhuang, Du Xiaoyao, and the others each led a group of experts to find their companions who were alone and slowly strengthen their teams. However, all of this was the beginning of a terrifying nightmare for the people from the devil religion. No. To be more precise, this was the end of a nightmare. This was because many people from the devil religion had already died at the hands of Du Xiaoyao and the others before the commotion in the fog. However, they died silently and were not known by outsiders. Right now, they were just clearing out the remaining people. The primordial spirit power of a perfect saint realm cultivator could cover a large area. As long as it came into contact with the primordial spirit power, nothing could hide. More than 20 teams whizzed through this space and swept through quickly. As long as they saw people from the devil religion, they directly crushed them without any mercy. However, there were also some powerful people from the devil religion who had discovered the danger early on and quickly fled. Among them, there were the 6th Demon Emperor, the 7th Demon Emperor, the 8th Demon Emperor, the 9th Demon Emperor, Mokshao, Mo Lingzi, and the others. The 2nd Demon Emperor had also encountered a team led by Zhen Qingchun. Originally, with his strength, he could definitely fight with all his might and at least kill a few people and then leave. However, the commotion they caused soon attracted Little Xingxing and the others. Under Little Xingxing's current power, even the 2nd Demon Emperor had to flee at the sight of him. Kill! Destroy the devil religion! Kill! In this space, the creatures from the Kyushu realm of the 3 continents launched a terrifying battle against the devil religion. How did they get together? It's too scary. So many people can actually gather together. They are divided into many groups, as if they have been carefully arranged. There is no way to fight them. Let's flee quickly. When we have gathered enough strength, we don't have to be afraid of them. In 2s and 3s, the people from the devil religion were lucky enough to encounter each other while fleeing for their lives. However, the situation they were facing made them almost collapse. In their hearts, they hoped that they could meet up with the people on their side as soon as possible so that they could have the strength to fight. However, after fleeing for a long time, they did not encounter many people from the devil religion. Why? Why are there only so few people from the devil religion? Where did the others go? Why can't we meet up with them? Many people realized in despair that it was very difficult to meet the experts from the devil religion who had entered this space. After exhausting all their strength, they were only able to gather a handful of people. They could only be completely crushed. This made them all feel terrified and panicked. Chapter 26-28. In the foggy space, the fog was gradually blown away and became fainter and fainter. The scene between the heavens and the earth could finally be seen by everyone's eyes, and they could clearly see what was going on. Everyone found that this was an extremely strange space. The sky above their heads was completely shrouded in a haze. Under their feet was an endless pitch-black land that seemed to have been soaked in blood and then dried up. When all the fog disappeared, the world was filled with a thick, rotten stench. It was as if it had existed for an eternity, causing one to feel nauseous just by smelling it. However, not many people cared about such a scene, because at this moment, no one was in the mood to be idle. For all the creatures in this world, there was no better time than now to hunt down the people of the devil religion. They kept gathering their companions, each holding a saint artifact in their hands, and started a crazy hunt. At this moment, The people of the devil religion were running for their lives like stray dogs. Kill! Some creatures roared, their murderous auras surging. They were almost suffocated. The great calamity that the devil religion was about to cause had been pressing on their hearts like a mountain, making them feel even more pressured when they thought about it. In addition, in the foggy space, they had been lost for too long, and there was a lingering knot in their hearts that they could not get rid of. They needed to release it. Run. As long as we stay alive, I believe that it won't be long before the demonic god finds a way to save us. Finally, many people of the devil religion started to run in groups of 3 to 5. At the same time, the second demon emperor, the sixth demon emperor, the seventh demon emperor, the eighth demon emperor, and the ninth demon emperor gathered a strong force to search this vast space and found many people of the devil religion who were alone. Now, the only hope in their hearts was that the demonic god could take care of them earlier and save them. In this way, the two sides started a fierce chase in this space. On the other side, Du Xiaofu and Huolei Laozu were flying rapidly in the sky. Their goal was very clear, pointing in a certain direction. The reason for this was because there was a Qianquan bag floating in front of Du Xiaofu. It was also moving rapidly, emitting a hazy glow and appearing mysterious. On the other hand, Du Xiaofu and Li Wuyo followed the path of the cosmos sack. When there was some activity in the misty space, he also felt the spirit in the Qianquan bag give off an even more intense fluctuation, as if it wanted to break free from the Qianquan bag and head in a certain direction. Du Xiaofu immediately deduced that the god fiend was most likely there. However, Du Xiaofu didn't say it out loud to reassure his father and the others. Who exactly left behind the divine soul in this cosmos sack? Why is it acting so strangely in this area? Along the way, Huolei Laozu couldn't help but ask Du Xiaofu. I'm not too sure about the details, but it should be related to Tianwu Academy. Du Xiaofu shook his head and replied. When Tianwu Academy was facing a calamity, the Grand Elder of the Mystic Isle passed this item to him, saying that it was related to the rise of Tianwu Academy once more. Perhaps, even the Grand Elder himself didn't know what was inside. From the looks of it, the spirit in the cosmos sack might have been left behind by an ancestor of Tianwu Academy. Du Xiaofu was well aware that the strength of the Tianwu Academy in the immemorial era was extremely terrifying. In the battle with the devil religion, countless experts charged forth, bringing with them incomparably powerful strength to fight against the devil religion. They played a significant role in the eventual victory. However, it was in that battle that they lost too many experts, resulting in the decline of Tianwu Academy. In his generation, the devil religion plotted against the Tianwu Academy, resulting in its destruction. It was fortunate that Tianwu Academy was eventually rebuilt. Could it be that this spirit is? At this point, Du Xiaofu's eyebrows twitched. Getting, his heart skipped a beat, and a bold thought popped up in his mind. As a former student of Tianwu Academy, he knew that in the history of Tianwu Academy, there had only been a vice principal. There had never been a principal. When did this happen, and what was the motive behind it? No one knew, and no one dared to look into it. But without a doubt, when Tianwu Academy was first established, there was definitely a principal in the academy. And that person and the spirit in the cosmos sack, could it be? At this point, Du Xiaofu felt that this conjecture was logical. If that was the case, was that person still alive? For this place to cause the spirit in the cosmos sack to stir, how was it related to him? The direction that the cosmos sack is pointing to should be the location of the demonic god. Just as Du Xiaofu's thoughts were running wild, Huolei Laozu's voice sounded in his ears once more. Du Xiaofu nodded his head, but he didn't reply. There was only a grim expression on his face. Seeing this, Huolei Laozu fell silent as well. In his heart, he knew that the young man beside him was completely focused on the demon god. The appearance of the secret ground and the recovery of the demonic god signified the arrival of the calamity. As for him, there were still many things that he wasn't prepared for. He hadn't gathered all 36 spiritual lightning bolts. The 9 lightning god cauldrons were still in the hands of the devil religion, the 9 great clans didn't have a unified command, and his strength was still far from reaching the level where he could contend against the demonic god. Everything seemed so terrible. Sigh. Huolei Laozu let out a long sigh. When Du Xiaofu had just broken through to the half-step heavenly saint realm, the signs of the calamity had already appeared, and no one could stop it. The two of them didn't speak again. They just continued to travel through the air at an extremely fast speed, following the cosmos sack in front of them. In a flash, they had traversed tens of thousands of miles. At a certain moment, they didn't know how far they had flown. Suddenly, the cosmos sack in front of Du Xiaofu suddenly glowed brightly. Following that, the speed of the rapid movement suddenly increased. It's accelerating, quickly follow it. Seeing this scene, Huolei Laozu couldn't help but exclaim. Then, his entire body was covered in lightning and fire as he chased after the cosmos sack. Du Xiaofu's speed was naturally not slow. He also followed closely behind the cosmos sack. Look ahead. After flying for a long time, Huolei Laozu suddenly shouted again. Such a rash appearance was completely inconsistent with his age, and he didn't have the slightest sense of calmness and experience. In fact, even without his reminder, Du Xiaofu also saw the scene in front of him. At the same time, he couldn't stay calm in his heart. Not far away there was a ball of bright light. It was like a scorching sun hanging in mid-air, releasing a dazzling radiance. At a glance it was impossible to see what kind of thing it was and what was inside it. Moreover, when the power of the primordial spirit extended into it, it was distorted and disintegrated, unable to pry into any useful information. Demon God! Du Xiaofu and Huolei Laozu both saw that in the strong light, there was an incomparably majestic figure imprinted on it. It was even taller than a mountain. Extremely dense demonic qi was emitting from its body. The dense demonic qi lingered in the air and transformed into a bloody and gloomy scene. This figure was no stranger to Huolei Laozu and Du Xiaofu. As for Du Xiaofu, he had even fought him head-on in the foggy space earlier. The Great Demon Emperor, the 4th Demon Emperor, and the 5th Demon Emperor are also here. The two of them discovered that not far from the burly figure of the demon god, the 3 demon emperors were also there. It was obvious that the demon god had brought the 3 of them here after meeting them. You are finally here. Just as Du Xiaofu and Huolei Laozu were sizing up all this, the demon god's extremely loud voice rang in their ears. The figure that seemed to be imprinted in the sun slowly turned around. A pair of huge eyes looked at Du Xiaofu and Huolei Laozu. Wherever the gaze passed, even the void was distorted and deformed, as if it was under intense pressure. Du Xiaofu's eyes trembled. The strength displayed by the demon god now seemed to be stronger than when they had fought earlier. He did not know why. Thank you for delivering this item. After the demon god turned around, he did not say much. Instead, he raised one hand and gently waved it at the void. Then, with a whoosh, the Qianquan bag in front of Du Xiaofu flew in the direction of the demon god. Oh no! He wants to snatch the Qianquan bag. Hurry up and stop him. Huolei Laozu was shocked. Without hesitation, he shot out a bolt of lightning and fire toward the Qianquan bag. Du Xiaofu was faster than him. Just as the Qianquan bag moved, he waved his hand and swept out a space law. A black hole instantly appeared in the space above the Qianquan bag's flight path and was about to swallow it. So the demon god was waiting here to snatch the Qianquan bag. The shock in Fire Thunder Ancestor's heart was extreme. How dare you play such a small trick in front of me? The demonic god snorted softly. Demonic aura surged from his body like a tidal wave and quickly swept towards the Qianquan bag. Then, the demonic qi rapidly changed and condensed into the shape of a huge hand. In an instant, it grabbed the Qianquan bag in its hand. God-binding grip! Heavenly thunder punishment. Sword breaks 10,000 miles. Du Xiaofu did not have any time to think. He just used a series of techniques one after another. Waves of superpowers came down from the sky. The void was distorted and disintegrated. Thunder roared and the sword radiance roared and attacked. All of them were aimed at the demon god and the Qianquan bag. Each and every one of these powerful attacks landed on the giant hand formed from demonic qi, shattering and annihilating it. Large amounts of demonic qi scattered in the void. However, what made Du Xiaofu despair was that no matter what he did, he could not really cut off the huge hand and stop the demon god from taking back the Qianquan bag. Such a scene caused a strong feeling of powerlessness to arise in his heart. He could only watch helplessly as the huge hand retracted under the demon god's control. It pierced through all of his attacks and finally returned to the demon god's side. In the end, it turned into demonic qi and lingered around his body. Meanwhile, the demon god was holding the Qianquan bag in his hand. "Thank you." The demon god thanked Du Xiaofu again. However, there wasn't the slightest bit of sincerity in his emotionless tone. "This is bad." Du Xiaofu cursed in his heart. Feelings of regret rose in his heart. It was only now that he truly understood that all of this seemed to be part of the demon god's plan. When he had broken through to the half-step heavenly saint stage, the demon god had not concealed his aura at all. He had moved with his momentum and headed straight for the demon realm. He did not seem to be afraid that the living beings in the outside world would find out. His purpose was to lure him here and obtain the Qianquan bag. Based on the strength that he had displayed earlier, the other party had definitely concealed quite a bit of his strength when they had exchanged blows in the misty space. He had not truly used his full strength to deal with Lindong. It was likely that he was afraid that the Qianquan bag was no longer with Lindong, causing him to make a wasted trip. All of this was a trap set up by the demon god for the sake of obtaining the Qianquan bag. Needless to say, the divine spirit inside must have a strong connection with the item that he needed to restore his strength. After figuring this out, Du Xiaofu felt extremely vexed. If he had known all of this earlier, he would not have been so easily used by the demon god. "I know that in the misty space, many people from my devil religion had died at your hands. However, this is not enough to shake the foundation of my devil religion." The demon god suddenly spoke again. His tone was flat, but his loud voice was so loud that it made one's eardrums buzz. Under the gaze of Du Xiaofu and Huolei Laozu, the demon god held the Qianquan bag in his hand. Suddenly, a violent fluctuation emerged from his body. Within this fluctuation, there were bursts of strange power that quickly spread in all directions. There was no hole that could not be penetrated. Not long after, Du Xiaofu and Huolei Laozu both felt a strange movement coming from behind them. They could not help but turn around to look. In their eyes, from afar, there was a cloud of blood fog rapidly approaching. This blood fog floated in the air, mixed with pitch-black demon qi. Soon, it flew over the heads of Du Xiaofu and Huolei Laozu and arrived in front of the demon god. It continued to gather, growing larger and larger. In the end, it condensed into a demon cloud with black and red light intertwined. "Children of the devil religion, return." The demon god spoke softly again, and the strange power emitted from his body became even more vast. This strange power spread towards the far end of this space. In an instant, it covered every corner of this space. In a place far away from Du Xiaofu and the others, Little Xingxing, Du Xiaojing, Zhen Qinchun, Lei Tianhuang, Du Xiaoyao, and hundreds of other experts were chasing after the remnants of the devil religion. "You won't be able to escape. Surrender!" A creature shouted, and one attack after another struck forward. The people of the devil religion were all terrified and uneasy as they fled for their lives. However, at a certain moment, a strange force suddenly appeared in the space and enveloped everyone within it. Then, under the gazes of Little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, Du Tingxian, and other experts, the figures of the people of the devil religion who were covering their heads and fleeing in front of them suddenly flashed, and then they inexplicably disappeared. What's going on? Why did they suddenly disappear? Someone exclaimed. They were in the midst of chasing after the people of the devil religion, but they suddenly lost track of the people of the devil religion. It was too strange. Is there a need to guess? This must be the demon god's doing. Du Xiaoyao looked at the distant boundless void, and two strong golden lights emitted from her eyes, as if her gaze could penetrate the layers of space. That's right. It's very likely that the demon god has found the recovery item. Little Xingxing nodded, indicating that he agreed with Du Xiaoyao's guess. Then, will my father and the ancestor be in danger? Du Xiaowang answered, her bright big eyes filled with worry. Quick, follow the direction of this strange power and meet up with Uncle Xiaofu. Du Xiaoba's seemingly young but strong body erupted with unparalleled power, and he quickly tore through the void and followed the path of the demon god's power. Let's go. Let's go find Xiaofu. Quick, let's go help the Rock Emperor. One figure after another traversed the void and moved rapidly. Everyone knew that if the demon god had found the recovery item, then Du Xiaofu, who had gone to find him, would be in great danger. Hundreds of Sage Realm experts moved with all their might in the direction of the demon god. At the same time, where the demon god was, Du Xiaofu and Huolei Laozu were both shocked. Under the strange power of the demon god, hundreds of clouds of blood mist had gathered around him and merged with the demon cloud. Then, the two of them saw figures flying out of the void near the demon god, and arriving at the side of the three demon emperors. Greetings, Lord Demon God. Greetings, Lord Demon Emperor. Greetings, Lord Demon God. Greetings, Lord Demon Emperor. These figures were still in a state of shock. However, when they saw the demon god and the demon emperors, they were overjoyed and bowed respectfully. In the end, there were no less than 50 to 60 people gathered. These people were all from the devil sect who had managed to escape from the foggy space while being hunted down by everyone. Other than the three demon emperors who had been killed by Du Xiaofu, the other demon emperors were also among them. How can the devil religion fight without anyone? The demon god said softly. Then, he waved his hand, and the demon cloud beside him started to move. The demonic cloud changed rapidly, splitting off into long streams of mist. Like tentacles, they entered the bodies of the 50 to 60 people. Then, Du Xiaofu and Huolei Laozu sensed that the auras of these people were rising rapidly. In just the blink of an eye, the auras of those initial Sage Realm experts rose to the later Sage Realm. The cultivation of the late stage of the Sage Realm had instantly broken through a barrier, and had entered the Sage Accomplished Realm. The auras of the 8 demon emperors were also rising. Each of them became extremely terrifying. Such a scene made Du Xiaofu and Huolei Laozu shudder with fear. The demon god's means were too terrifying. Chapter 26-29. In the void, the cloud that was emitting black and red light became smaller and smaller. Waves of vast energy were continuously injected into the bodies of the devil religion members. Under Du Xiaofu and Huolei Laozu's shocked gazes, the aura on those people's bodies also became more and more intense. Amidst the swirling runes, their cultivations were constantly increasing. This is the demon god's method of increasing his strength through slaughter. He can extract the energy emitted by all those who die here and use it to increase his own strength and that of his subordinate. Huolei Laozu stood in the void and said solemnly. With the demon god present, he and Du Xiaofu could only watch as the devil religion members' bodies constantly changed. They could not do anything to stop it. I understand. This is also the fundamental reason why the devil religion must carry out a massacre in this realm. Only by bathing in the boundless sea of blood will the demon god's strength become stronger and stronger. In the end, he can even break through the strongest realm in this realm. When that time comes, once he goes to the outside world, and the suppression of heaven and earth is removed, I'm afraid that even powerhouses like the Lord of the 3,000 sectors and the Dragon God will be helpless against him. Du Xiaofu nodded and said. He had long understood the demon god's actions in his heart. This was because this realm had a suppressive force and the demon god had an indestructible body. It was almost impossible to kill him. Therefore, he chose to escape to this realm so that the Lord of the 3,000 sectors and the Dragon God could not suppress him. However, the demon god would definitely not be satisfied with hiding here. His goal must be to trample those two powerhouses under his feet. It was precisely because of this that he was determined to slaughter the countless living beings in this world and improve himself amidst the misery and suffering of all living beings. You're right, Huolei Laozu said. After saying this, he did not say anything else. No, I can't just watch the devil religion continue to improve like this. Du Xiaofu suddenly said, purple gold lightning flashing in his eyes. Kid, what are you doing? Huolei Laozu was shocked and instantly understood what Du Xiaofu wanted to do. He could not help but say loudly, don't be rash. It's not too late to make a decision after seeing the changes. In fact, Huolei Laozu himself could not remain calm as he watched the devil religion members' cultivation soar. However, he still maintained his reason. He knew that with the demon god present, even if he and Du Xiaofu did their best, they could not stop the demon god. Apart from watching, there was no other way. After all, there were only the two of them were there. We can't wait. Du Xiaofu let out a deep cry. Ignoring Ancestor Huolei's attempt to stop him, his body suddenly moved. In a golden light, he disappeared. You boy you. Huolei Laozu wanted to stop him, but he caught nothing. He turned around and saw that the purple-robed young man had already gone to the light ball. He was close to the demon god. God-binding grip. The moment this action landed, the space at that spot suddenly began to distort, forming terrifying wrinkles. Among them, the demon cloud and the devil religion members also underwent a terrifying transformation. It was as if they were being kneaded by an invisible force. You can't keep your cool so soon? Seeing Du Xiaofu appear not far away, the demon god said softly, in front of me, it's not your turn to behave atrociously. Before he finished speaking, waves of powerful aura fluctuated from his body. It was like a hurricane as it swept out. When the aura touched the people of the devil religion, the distorted space returned to its original appearance in the blink of an eye. The auras of the people from the devil religion were shaken to a certain extent. But after the demon god made his move, everything stabilized again. On the other side, after Du Xiaofu used the law of space, the invisible force was forcefully interrupted. So strong. Du Xiaofu had no choice but to retract his palm and continue to shout, Heavenly Thunder Punishment. Boom! The violent thunder roared down, breaking through the dark and misty sky, moving down from the sky. In the blink of an eye, a bolt of lightning thicker than the demon god's body took shape. It rapidly struck down and blasted the devil religion's lineup. The impetus of such a bolt of lightning was vast and astounding to the extreme, and it seemed capable of obliterating the world. After it suddenly appeared, a terrifying aura of destruction rose in the entire world, causing people to tremble uncontrollably. Your means are not bad, but your strength is still far from enough. The demon god was still unmoved. He simply waved his hand, and the demonic aura turned into the shape of a huge hammer. It fiercely collided with the lightning released by Du Xiaofu. Boom! As soon as these two diametrically opposed forces collided, a terrifying explosion immediately occurred. The huge hammer formed by the lightning and the demonic aura were all destroyed in an instant. Terrifying fluctuations spread out, and the airflow rushed in all directions, causing the void to ripple in circles like the waves of a long river, rapidly spreading out. When Huolei Laozu saw this scene in the distance, he immediately used all his skills without thinking. The power of thunder and fire was laid out outside his body, and only then was he able to resist the spatial ripples. I'm not playing with you anymore. After defeating Du Xiaofu's attack with one move, the demon god said softly. Then, he opened his incomparably huge mouth, like a black hole in the void, and suddenly inhaled. Walala! There was still less than half of the dark red demonic cloud that the devil religion members were absorbing. At this moment, the demon god opened his mouth and directly swallowed it. When Du Xiaofu, who was about to attack again, saw this scene, he couldn't help but stop what he was doing. He stared blankly at the demon god for a long time. Then, under his gaze, the demon god's huge hand swept up, and in an instant, everyone from the devil religion was sucked into his hand. His body slowly turned around, and he faced the ball of light that resembled the sun. Open! The demon god spat out these words brazenly. Following which, he tossed the Qianquan bag in his hand into the air, and it flew straight into the radiance of the sun. Under the watchful eyes of Du Xiaofu and Huolei Laozu, the Qianquan bag entered the ball of light and exploded with a bang. Following which, a wave of soul power spread out and permeated the ball of light. Du Xiaofu was very familiar with this soul power. It was the aura of the soul in the Qianquan bag. Buzz buzz buzz, after the Qianquan bag exploded, the ball of light emitted a buzzing sound from the ball of light. Under their gazes, the ball of light from the ball of light rapidly dimmed, and the ball of light grew dimmer and dimmer. As time passed, the ball of light finally dimmed, leaving behind a silver plate-like object that hung in the air. The contrast between the two was like the sun and the moon. Restriction. That's a restriction. Only by using the divine soul in the cosmos sac can the restriction be undone. When Du Xiaofu saw this, how could he not know what the ball of light was? However, he never imagined that the Qianquan bag left behind by Tianwu Academy would be the key to unlocking this secret place. What kind of place is that? Is it the legendary mysterious palace in the clouds? Huolei Laozu was also shocked. He had heard of the mysterious palace in the clouds long ago, but he didn't know what kind of place it was. Now that he saw the demonic god's actions, he couldn't help but wonder if the mysterious palace in the clouds was behind the restriction. Before the two of them could ponder any further, the demonic god had already stepped into the restriction. The item that the demonic god needs to recover his strength must be inside there. Du Xiaofu's lips trembled slightly, and his complexion was incomparably ugly. In his heart, there was an extremely vexed feeling colliding. If he hadn't brought the Qianquan bag here, the demonic god wouldn't have succeeded so easily. All of this was due to his carelessness. At this moment, a deep sense of self-reproach plagued Du Xiaofu's heart, making it hard for him to extricate himself. "Brat, what are you thinking about?" Seeing Du Xiaofu's state, Huolei Laozu bellowed loudly. His voice was so loud that it pierced straight into Du Xiaofu's mind. No one knows what the demonic god needs to recover his strength and where it is. Even more so, no one knows that he needs Tianwu Academy's Qianquan bag to break the restriction here. Furthermore, the demonic god's recovery is unstoppable, and the calamity caused by the devil religion is also unavoidable. Not to mention you, even the rulers of the 3,000 worlds and the dragon god wouldn't be able to change all of this. Therefore, you didn't do anything wrong. But Du Xiaofu wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Huolei Laozu. "There are no buts. Brat, you're such a shrewd person. Why can't you understand this at such a crucial moment?" Huolei Laozu glared furiously at Du Xiaofu and bellowed sternly, "Everything is predestined, and no one can change it. As the strongest person in this world, do you need me to remind you of what you should do next?" Huolei Laozu's voice was like a loud bell, exploding in Du Xiaofu's ears. Du Xiaofu couldn't help but be taken aback, and he fell into deep thought. Yes, Huolei Laozu's words hit the nail on the head. Over the years, after experiencing so much, Shouldn't he be prepared to fight against the demonic god? He hadn't found all of the spiritual lightning. The divine lightning cauldron was still in the hands of the devil religion, and his cultivation was far from the demonic gods. But what could they do? For the sake of the people he wanted to protect, no matter how difficult the road ahead was, he had to cut through all obstacles and overcome them. So what if the demonic god was here? Regardless of life or death, the only way was to fight. At this moment, countless thoughts flashed across Du Xiaofu's mind. In the end, his resolute heart regained its resolve. "Old ancestor, let's go in as well," Du Xiaofu said softly without turning his head. Soon after, his figure soared into the sky and headed straight for the silver restrictive plate that was suspended in midair, leaving only a slender figure in Huolei Laozu's eyes. Looking at the purple-robed youth who had soared into the sky, Huolei Laozu's old face slowly withdrew its stern expression, and it finally turned into a gratified smile. Actually, he knew very well that it wasn't that Du Xiaofu's mind wasn't firm enough, but that the demonic god was too powerful. After 2 exchanges, he felt an even more terrifying threat, and it was even more terrifying than what he had understood from the side. If he was alone, the kid naturally wouldn't be afraid of anything. However, behind him, there were countless people who needed his protection. The greater one's power, the greater one's responsibility. His family, lovers, friends, citizens of the desolate country, and billions of living beings all needed him to put in the greatest effort to pacify everything. However, in this process, the earlier the demon god recovered, the later it recovered, the greater the difference in the disaster it would bring. It was precisely because of this that he felt extremely vexed and blamed himself when the demonic god snatched his cosmos bag. Fortunately, after he gave some pointers, that brat clearly understood what he should do and what he shouldn't do. "Kid, don't be in such a hurry to run. Wait for me." Seeing that Du Xiaofu was approaching the silver plate and was about to step into the restrictive plate, Huolei Laozu came back to his senses and immediately shouted. Then, after the lightning and fire on his body flickered, his figure disappeared from the spot and quickly appeared behind Du Xiaofu. The 2 figures, one in front and one behind, entered the restrictive plate. The fog in the originally foggy space had completely dissipated, and the world had become clear. Not far from the restrictive plate where the demonic god, Du Xiaofu and Huolei Laozu were, stood 3 figures. These 3 figures stood in the boundless void. Their auras were restrained, making it impossible for others to detect them at all. It was very difficult to detect their existence. At the very least, even the 2 experts, Du Xiaofu and the demonic god, did not realize that their previous actions had been observed by the 3 figures. In the end, they had entered the restrictive plate and disappeared under their gazes. The 3 figures were all men, and one of them stood in front with his hands clasped behind his back. The other 2 behind him were 1 step behind, and their backs were slightly bent. Their expressions were extremely respectful. "Sir, the demonic god and Du Xiaofu have both entered. What should we do?" Behind him, one of the men cautiously said, not daring to raise his voice too much for fear of showing the slightest disrespect. This person was tall and slender, and his appearance was handsome. His pair of crimson eyes were like the bloodthirsty lord's, terrifying and terrifying. His appearance was somewhat similar to the people of the devil religion, but they were not the same. "Don't worry. The demonic god's recovery is destined, and no one can stop it. It's useless even if we go," the man in front replied. His tone did not fluctuate, and it was neither salty nor indifferent. This was a man who looked to be in his 30s. His face was sharp and cold, and he had a pair of deep, dark eyes. His thick eyebrows were slightly raised rebelliously. He wore a light purple robe, which was not much different from the purple robe Du Xiaofu was used to wearing. However, the light purple robe on the man's body looked extremely elegant and graceful. The man's hair was tied high on his head, and his long hair flowed down his back like flowing water. His head was slightly raised, and his handsome side profile was impeccable. "Sir, I understand." Behind him, the man who had spoken earlier bowed and said, "I wonder what will happen to Du Xiaofu and the demonic god after they enter." Next to him, another man who also had extraordinary looks said. He did not dare to raise his voice. Du Xiaofu is extremely extraordinary, and cannot be determined by common sense. His state of mind is also outstanding, and his comprehension ability is outstanding. Therefore, no matter what happens in there, I won't be surprised. However, it's impossible to finish off the demonic god in one go. The man in front continued. He gave off a very amiable feeling, and did not put on any airs of a high position. Who does Du Xiaofu think he is? How dare he challenge the demonic god? I'm afraid that he won't even know how he died. The man who had spoken first spoke again. However, his words were filled with deep resentment towards Du Xiaofu. "You're still holding a grudge against him." The man in front slowly turned his face and glanced at the man behind him. His expression was calm and his eyes were clear. However, this action immediately caused the latter to feel a wave of fear. He immediately bent down and lowered his head, not daring to look into the man's eyes, and not daring to speak. "I know that you can't let go of the past grudges. However, Du Xiaofu is not someone you can deal with now. Speaking of which, I still owe him a favor, and this favor has to be repaid." The man in front turned his head back and looked at the huge restrictive silver plate hanging high in the sky as he spoke again. "I wouldn't dare." The man in the back immediately said respectfully, "Sir." At this time, another man in the back spoke again. He said softly, "In order to save our lives, it's not worth owing Du Xiaofu a favor." "Ha!" The man in front just chuckled and did not answer this question. Instead, he continued, "With my friendship with Du Xiaofu, at least in the matter of dealing with the demonic god, there's no reason not to help him." After finishing this sentence, the three of them fell into silence at the same time, and did not speak for a long time. Under the gloomy sky, the three of them stood quietly. They just looked at the silver plate and didn't say anything. Time passed slowly like this. After an unknown period of time, the man in front suddenly spoke again. "Let's go, there's no point in staying here. With my current strength, I can't deal with the demonic god. After he recovers, it will be even more difficult to do so. The most important thing is to improve ourselves first." As soon as he finished speaking, a faint light flashed in the void, and the three mysterious figures disappeared inexplicably without causing a trace of fluctuation, as if they had never appeared. Chapter 26:30. The three of them had vanished into thin air. No one had noticed them from the moment they'd appeared until they'd left. They were incredibly mysterious, but if Du Xiaofu had noticed them earlier, he would have recognized them as familiar faces. The man in front was Jiangchen, with whom he'd had a good relationship. They'd helped each other a lot in the past, and he possessed the body of the golden howler, which could devour the heavens and kill the earth. The two people behind Jiangchen were Dongli Qihuang and Shen Yan, whom he'd saved from Du Xiaofu. He didn't know why they'd appeared here at a time like this. Not long after Jiangchen, Shen Yan, and Dongli Qihuang left, quite some time had passed since the demon god, Du Xiaofu, Huolei Laozu, and the others had entered the restriction. Du Tingxian, Du Xiaojing, Du Xiaoyao, Little Xingxing, and the others, as well as hundreds of Sage Realm experts from the outside world, arrived one after another. Gazing at the giant silver restriction suspended in the air, they examined it for a moment, then darted inside one by one. "What is this place?" Du Xiaofu and Huolei Laozu followed the demon god into the restriction. When they entered, they were both stunned. What appeared in front of them was yet another strange space. There was nothing in this space. Everything was an existence of nothingness. At first glance, it was like a dark space in the universe, only lacking the stars that adorned it. However, for Du Xiaofu and Huolei Laozu, who had extraordinary cultivation bases, the lack of light didn't affect their vision at all. What's going on? I can feel the power in my body fluctuating. My cultivation base is faintly rising. Du Xiaofu was somewhat shocked to discover that, ever since he'd stepped into this space, the celestial qi in his body had unconsciously begun to circulate faster. At the same time, the power of his primordial spirit seemed to have become even stronger. It could cover a boundless area, extending to an extremely far distance. That wasn't all. The spatial and lightning laws he'd mastered seemed to be faintly rising as well. The connection between heaven and earth became clearer and clearer, as if it could be traced. This situation made it impossible for him to remain calm. After all, after stepping into the heavenly sage realm, it was extremely difficult to advance one's strength. How much cultivation and comprehension did one have to go through before they could even make the slightest progress? However, after entering this space, everything he's understanding of the world. The power in his body's Tao, Xingxing, unconsciously, the power. Although it wasn't particularly violent, it was much faster than in the outside world. Just by standing there, he could feel his cultivation bases his ines. If his heavenly sage realms his were, sky, the sky heavenly realm. Nai I niluus nai esses nilus nnss Huolei Laozu also felt that his cultivation base was constantly improving. He was originally in the complete saint realm and had mastered the lightning ultimacy. Compared to Du Xiaofu before he'd broken through to the heavenly sage realm, his overall cultivation base was not inferior. At this moment, he could clearly feel that his understanding of lightning Upanishad was about to transcend. He could sense the rhythm of heaven and earth many times more clearly. If I cultivate here, I'll save a lot of time and energy. Du Xiaofu sighed. He felt that this place was like a paradise that was hard to find in the world. It wasn't that the spiritual qi here was so abundant that it made one's hair stand on end. Instead, it was that being in this place made one feel as if a layer of shackles had been removed from their bodies and souls, making them incomparably light. I understand now. It's a suppressive force. It's a suppressive force. In this space, there's one less suppressive force. Huolei Laozu suddenly said excitedly. His round face was a little red. That's true. After Huolei Laozu's reminder, Du Xiaofu also came to the same conclusion. Many creatures, including Du Xiaofu, knew that there was always an invisible suppressive force in the world they were in. No matter how they cultivated, as long as they lived in that world, they could only be suppressed by the heavenly sage realm at most. Moreover, even the masters of the 3,000 great worlds, the dragon god, and the demon god would also be suppressed and unable to exert their strength when they arrived. Since ancient times, Du Xiaofu knew that the strongest person had only surpassed the heavenly sage realm. This person was the ancestor of the Du family, the heavenly way of the Archean age. No wonder the demon god wanted to come to this place. Just by staying here, he can continuously recover his strength. When he gets out, even if he's suppressed, he can still reach the strongest power that this world can withstand. Huolei Laozu said again. He seemed to have seen through the demon god's purpose. In such an environment, the demon god's recovery would be much faster than in the outside world. When he recovered to a certain extent and went to the outside world again, even if he was suppressed by the invisible laws of heaven and earth, the strength that he could display would definitely be at the peak of this world. Unless the heavenly way was reborn, no one would be able to stop him. Even if the masters of the 3,000 great worlds and the dragon god came personally, it would not be possible. This was because those two supreme experts would still be suppressed in this world and would not be stronger than the demon god. The demon god is recovering? Du Xiaofu suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. There, he had already found the demon god and the people of the devil religion. However, those people did not make any movements at this time. They just stood quietly in the void. Let's go and take a look. If there's a chance, let's stop them. Du Xiaofu shouted softly and moved first. After a flash of purple-gold light, he disappeared from the spot. No matter what, the demon god's purpose here was to recover. As for the rest of the people of the devil religion, if they stayed for a long time, their strength would also increase. How could Du Xiaofu allow such a situation to happen so easily? It was better to make some noise. Beside him, Huolei Laozu saw this scene and did not delay any longer. He directly rushed into the distance. Du Xiaofu, you're here again. When Du Xiaofu appeared in front of the demon god and the others, the demon god's voice also sounded and entered his ears. Demon god! Du Xiaofu's pupils shrank fiercely. He looked at the demon god with a burning gaze and did not answer. He could clearly feel that the demon god's aura was also constantly strengthening at this time. In this space, a terrifying power drifted out from the demon god's body. It was much more vast than when they met in the misty space. This made Du Xiaofu feel even more pressured. If he fought with the demon god here, it would not be as easy as in the misty space. When they were there, both of them were under great pressure and suppression. It was the same for the demon god. Under such circumstances, the difference in strength between them was greatly reduced, which allowed Du Xiaofu to have the strength to fight with the demon god. Moreover, when they first fought, the demon god did not use his full strength. He did not want to continue fighting with Du Xiaofu. His purpose should be to find this place as soon as possible and recover. Therefore, Du Xiaofu truly understood at this time that he and the demon god were not on the same level in the true sense. I think you must have felt the extraordinariness of this place. The last time we fought, didn't you threaten to kill me? Even Lu Xiaoyu and Long Xian could not do it. I would like to see how you can do it. The demon god looked at Du Xiaofu with his huge demonic eyes and spoke in an indifferent tone with extreme disdain. In this space, his strength was constantly recovering. If he couldn't even defeat this human brat in front of him, then was he still a demon god? Regardless of whether I can do it or not, someone has to kill you. Du Xiaofu spoke in a low voice. His entire body suddenly exploded with a strong desire to fight. He stared fixedly at the demon god's incomparably majestic body as his own aura rose rapidly. No matter what, he could not just stand by and watch the demon god recover. He had to create some trouble for him. Boy, do you only know how to spout nonsense? The demon god's face suddenly turned serious as he looked at Du Xiaofu and spoke. His words were full of provocation. Whether or not I'm spouting nonsense, we'll know after the battle. Du Xiaofu suddenly raised his eyebrows. Then, his purple robes fluttered as if they were blown by a strong gust of wind and became perfectly straight. The aura on his body rose sharply. The invisible force in this space, under the control of the power in his body, moved along with it. In the dark space, a strong storm suddenly appeared. It swept and howled, with the power to destroy everything and kill in all directions. God-binding grip! Du Xiaofu shouted. All 10 fingers on both hands moved at the same time. The space laws were unleashed and the power of space spread out rapidly. Then, in the area in front of the demon god, the void seemed to be grabbed by a huge hand and then squeezed fiercely. Poof! Terrifying spatial folds spread out. The void was like a piece of paper that was squeezed into a ball and became wrinkled. Then it suddenly collapsed. Poof, 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 this strange force spread out and stirred up the void. Suddenly, an even more violent spatial storm appeared in other places. Space moved everywhere. It was like the water in a big lake. After a place was suddenly emptied, the water in other places quickly flowed over and filled up the collapsed area. However, the movement caused by the spatial storm was much more terrifying than the water flow. Rumble, under the spatial shift, the area suddenly shook violently. All tangible substances were distorted and deformed in an instant. Even Huolei Laozu, who appeared beside Du Xiaofu, had to use all his cultivation to resist the distortion force. Otherwise, he felt that his body would be instantly destroyed by the spatial power of the spatial shift at any time. However, Du Xiaofu was different. Invisible waves rippled out from his body. When the spatial storm brushed past his body, it automatically avoided him and did not have any effect on him. How dare you show off such a small trick in front of me? Looking at the demon god, after a cold snort, the demon chi on his body roared like a roaring river, like a long river pouring down. The terrible force wave enveloped the people of the devil religion around him. When Du Xiaofu's attack was launched beside them, the spatial folds directly disappeared into nothingness, unable to touch these people at all. The demon god himself did not make any extra movements. The spatial folds exploded on his body, creating ripples on his skin. It was like the surface of a lake being blown by the wind, but it didn't cause any damage to him at all. It didn't even shake him a bit. Looking at this scene, Du Xiaofu felt his eyelids twitch, and the shock in his heart could not be any greater. His physical body is actually this strong, Du Xiaofu said in surprise. When they fought in the foggy space, it could be said that he was completely at a disadvantage. Even with so many attacks, none of them were able to cause any harm to the demon god. If the demon god had not used his full strength, he would have been in danger. An ant is an ant after all. No matter how strong you are just a slightly bigger ant. Before this, in the foggy space, I might have to face you directly, but after I recover, what qualifications do you have to fight with me? The demon god said loudly, his voice rumbling and shaking the void. After easily breaking Du Xiaofu's attack, he directly controlled the demon chi outside his body, and like a surging wave, it quickly spread out in all directions. Now I don't have time to play with you. After I recover, no one can escape death, including you. The demon god said indifferently. After a pair of demonic eyes stared at Du Xiaofu, he no longer paid attention to him, as if he was looking at an ant, turning a blind eye to him. Outside his body, the surging demonic chi continued to rise and permeate the air. In this demon chi, mountains of corpses and seas of blood appeared. Demons raised their swords to kill, living creatures screamed miserably, and malicious spirits wreaked havoc. This scene was completely a scene of hell on earth. In Du Xiaofu's eyes, it overlapped with the scenes he saw in the upper reaches of the long river of time, like a projection of the past. However, if one looked carefully, the scenes seemed to be the prediction and evolution of the future in advance. Thunder Martial Vane, rise for me! Du Xiaofu roared loudly, and a thunder light appeared on his body. It was like a bloodline pattern, covering his body, and like a thunder net, it rushed out of his body and scattered into the sky. Then, several lights of different colors flashed out from between his eyebrows. Woo woo woo, boom boom boom. Buzz buzz buzz, several spiritual thunders rushed out, embedded on the thunder net, and arranged themselves in all directions. With the support of the spiritual thunders, the power of the thunder net instantly increased by thousands of times. Swoosh! Under Du Xiaofu's control, the thunder net suddenly fell, directly covering the position of the demon god and the people of the devil religion. Boom boom boom! The thunder was roaring and the power was vast and mighty. The thunder net, carrying a power that could suppress everything, moved brazenly. The terrifying attack fell, and in the blink of an eye, it covered the scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood outside the demon god's body. Sizzle, the two forces, one strong and overbearing, the other evil and fierce, constantly rubbed against each other, devouring and consuming each other, and each was incomparably terrifying. However, in the end, when the energy of the thunder net was exhausted and the light dimmed, the scene outside the demon god's body still existed. In the transformation of the demon chi, its power seemed to have been consumed a lot. But then, under the control of the demon god, the demon chi continued to surge out of his body, replenishing it, and the terrible scene bloomed again. "Boy, don't waste your energy," the demon god's voice sounded, shaking the void. Then, in the midst of the dense demon chi on his body, the hell-like scene on earth became more and more real, as if it had condensed into a substance, and appeared in this space. Heaven and earth are empty. Du Xiaofu's face was solemn, and the purple-gold heavenly palace appeared in his hand instantly. A sword light that penetrated the heavens and the earth was immediately formed, and it slashed down fiercely at the terrible scene of hell. As soon as such a sword light appeared, the world seemed to be silent, and only the sword stood proudly in the sky. Buzz, however, when the sword light slashed down in the end, it only produced a buzzing sound. Powerful ripples of impact spread out in all directions. After that, with a bang, the sword light was destroyed and transformed into dense talisman markings that dissipated into nothingness. It could be seen that the scene outside the demon god was as immovable as a mountain, still standing there, and was not shaken at all by Du Xiaofu's attack. The doomsday-like scene was evolving and fluctuating, and a murderous aura rushed out, and the screams and howls made one's scalp tingle. How can it be so strong? Cold sweat broke out on Du Xiaofu's forehead as he stared at this scene in a daze. He had already used all his strength, but he could not shake the power emitted by the demon god at all. That towering figure seemed to be effortlessly blocking all of his attacks. The demon god obviously does not want to make a move at this time, and he is in the midst of continuous recovery. Huolei Laozu came to Du Xiaofu's side and said solemnly. He could see that the demon god had adopted the most direct defense against Du Xiaofu's attack, and did not attack at all. Moreover, at this time, he could clearly feel that there were waves of terrifying power rippling out from the demon god's body. The aura that was originally extremely terrifying became more and more majestic and vast. In the space, there was also a vigorous energy gathering, endlessly flowing into the demon god's body, causing his power to become too strong. "Can't I even stop him from recovering?" Du Xiaofu mumbled to himself, and his emotions were extremely heavy. How big was the gap between his power and the demon god's? A half-step heavenly saint could be said to be 1 foot into the heavenly saint realm, but he could not even shake it. Then, when he fully recovered, just how strong would he be?